Good morning. My name is Ivo Krustok, and I am very happy to welcome you all to our webinar today. I'll clear up a few things first. Of course, you'll notice that I'm speaking in English. Since we have a few presenters today who will be using that as their language, and we also have viewers from several countries, we thought this would be the best way to go to make it more accessible to everyone. Secondly, I'm sure most of you have at least some interest or understanding of the topic of nature-based solutions, and otherwise you would not have come here. However, in my experience, there are a few things that are good to say before we start listening to all our speakers today. Firstly, the number of challenges that we face when we are describing our past, current, and future relationship with nature is quite staggering, and I'm sure all of you are aware of that. This is why we have the European Green Deal. This is why we are analyzing our pathways towards climate neutrality and trying to decrease pollution and increase biodiversity. Secondly, I'm sure that you know that we haven't really done nearly enough to address these problems. I can cite just a few recent studies that are very topical for us today. The Dasgupta review dealing with the economics of biodiversity concludes that we have failed to engage with nature in a sustainable way. Our demands far exceed its capacity to supply us with the goods and services that we all need, and this failure is endangering the prosperity of current and future generations. The State of Finance review, published just last week, further hammers this message home. It concludes that we need to triple investments into nature-based solutions by 2030. But why nature-based solutions, and what are they? This brings me to my third point, understanding exactly what nature-based solutions are and what they are not. Now, I know there are a few different ways organizations define them, but generally, nature-based solutions are actions to protect, sustainably manage, and restore natural or modified ecosystems that address social challenges. We look at how nature does things and use this to our advantage to simultaneously provide human well-being and biodiversity benefits. Such solutions help us bring more and really more diverse nature into our surroundings, like our cities, landscapes, or seascapes. To give a few examples, if we protect our coastal ecosystems, we also protect ourselves from storms and erosion, and we also remove carbon from the atmosphere, something that we really need to do in a very well planned out manner. Also having well planned vegetation in our cities and creating green roofs or walls on our buildings reduces the effects of heat waves that we can see in our cities. It helps manage stormwater when it comes, and it reduces air pollution. Not to mention also it looks nice and it makes people happier, as we know. So the topics truly can be very diverse, and today we focus on cities. It is expected that by the time the EU wants to reach climate neutrality in 2050, over 80% of its population will live in cities. This means that the way we plan, build, and even rebuild these cities has a huge effect on how we overcome our challenges, but also how we adapt to those effects of climate change that we are unable to mitigate. We also see a change in what people expect from their living space. They want less pollution and noise and more greenery, and this has been even more apparent during the COVID pandemic that we're still experiencing, and why we're having this experience today virtually. And nature-based solutions can be a great tool for us on this journey, as they offer cost-effective ways to address several challenges at once, like I described before, and create better living space for ourselves. So hopefully today we'll make all of this even more clear to you, and you'll have a great day. But that's really all for me. We'll get to the real experts now. And firstly, we'll have a keynote address from Russel Galt, who works at the International Union for Conservation of Nature, IUCN, one of the organizations that has done most work in actually defining nature-based solutions and making us understand what they really are. And he's the head of the Urban Alliance there. So Russel, I give the word to you.
Thank you very much, Ivo. So firstly, just to confirm, can you hear me and can you see my title slide?
Yes.
Excellent, excellent. Well, it's a real pleasure to be here. In fact, the last time I visited Estonia was back in 2011. I was invited to a small town called Putukaväil, if I pronounce it correctly, in the south of the country, to give a keynote presentation at the Winter Academy in the midst of winter at a beautiful venue overlooking a frozen lake. And I was invited to speak about urban nature. Now, 10 years later, I can't believe how quickly it has gone. I'm here again speaking to a similar audience about urban nature. And I must admit that the central arguments are unchanged. The central arguments that we have been messaging around the world for the last decade are almost unchanged. Perhaps the urgency has heightened. And yet, if you look at the past decade, a lot has happened. The world has changed remarkably. We now know, for instance, that there are 1 million species of plants and animals thought to be at risk of extinction. Some 3/4 of the Earth's land surface has been significantly altered. And we have seen just in the last 4 decades, some 68% of wildlife populations simply vanish. And of the 20 biodiversity targets agreed a decade ago, not one was met in full. Our oceans, loaded with toxins and junk, are acidifying and advancing inland. Our climate is convulsing. 2020 was the joint hottest year on record, and we have seen wildfires larger than countries raging across continents, laying sacred forests to ruin. We've also seen this peculiar polarization globally with the emergence of a multipolar world, but also domestically, closer to home, with families being torn apart, friends becoming foes, neighbors pitted against neighbors in what might be described as the culture wars. These are uncertain times. And of course, we have the global pandemic. I need not remind you of the extent to which it has upended our lives, perhaps as a consequence of willful environmental destruction. It's a warning shot from nature, perhaps. And it's given us, well, firstly, it's sown mayhem and misery across the world, but it's also given us pause for reflection, an opportunity to reconsider our ways. The coronavirus has dispelled many myths of separation between humans and nature, between our actions and their consequences, between the haves and the have-nots, between the living and the yet to be born. And it ain't all bad, is it? You know, if you look back over the past decade, there have been some moments to celebrate. There has been cause for optimism. For instance, the emergence of new concepts such as donut economics that encourages us, appeals to us to rein in our bloated economies to within planetary boundaries. By planetary boundaries, I mean the limits of Earth's living systems. We've seen the emergence of new alternatives to GDP. We've seen the emergence of the SDGs, which have been embraced enthusiastically across the world. We've also seen politicians tripping over themselves to declare climate and ecological emergencies. And we've seen young people in their droves take to the streets, standing up for themselves, defending their future. And we've seen businesses begin to think more holistically about their place in the world. Now, whether that's chasing carrots or evading sticks is another matter. I think the landmark court ruling concerning Royal Dutch Shell in the Netherlands lately is a very good case in point. And we've seen the advent of technology, tools, big data, new approaches such as citizen science, environmental economics, natural capital accounting, remote sensing, so advanced that it can identify individual trees at the species level. And we have seen, of course, the advent of nature-based solutions. More on that later. Firstly, I want to reflect on the broader relationship between cities and nature. As you know, they occupy just a tiny fraction of the Earth's land surface, but their impacts are felt almost everywhere, even in the remotest remnants of wilderness. You may recall that a new species of shrimp was discovered down in the foot of the the murky depths of the Mariana Trench, some 10 or 11 kilometers underwater. And this shrimp was found to comprise microplastics. So our impacts, what we're doing in cities, is felt everywhere. And cities, of course, are centers of production and consumption. They can have ecological footprints that are hundreds of times larger than their physical urban area. So they don't sit discreetly in the biosphere as isolated islands. No, cities are interconnected nodes, exerting profound influence on their surrounding hinterland. We also know that for the surging majority of us, humanity, cities are home. And if we want current and future generations to retain a sense of compassion for the nature that they must protect, we need to ensure that they can experience it in cities where they live. Because we know that intense positive experiences of nature, in nature, are absolutely essential to the formation of pro-environmental attitudes. And of course, we've seen protected areas, our sites of natural wonder, Earth's treasures under siege. By 2030, some 40% of strictly protected areas will lie within just 50 kilometers of a city. So their management strategies must be fundamentally rethought to cope with the intensifying impacts of urbanization. For instance, direct impacts that result from high visitation rates, such as trampling, arson, vandalism, poaching, but also indirect impacts that can impact as far away as 50 kilometers, such as light, air, noise, and soil pollution. And invasive alien species, of course. The incidence, the likelihood of their introduction increases as cities venture closer to protected areas. And in the 3 decades running to 2030, an area of natural habitat larger than the United Kingdom is projected to be consumed by urbanization. Now, generally speaking, cities grow at about 3 times the rate in area that they do in population. So they are sprawling across landscapes, and they're not just sprawling across landscapes uniformly, they're doing so disproportionately in the most ecologically rich natural habitats. For instance, coastal zones, floodplains, temperate and tropical forests, and often, it must be said, in countries that have the least capacity, technical and financial, to develop sustainably. So it will come as no surprise to learn that on the IUCN Red List of threatened species, residential and commercial development, a synonym perhaps for urbanization, is already the 3rd most frequently cited threat. The Red List, for those of you who do not know it, is a barometer of life. And yet, despite all those alarm bells ringing, I don't want to sound negative, because despite all those alarm bells ringing, we know in our heart of hearts, we know that cities can and they must lead the transition to a sustainable future. Why? Well, because they are centers of financial, political, and social capital. They are hotbeds of innovation. And whilst they do weigh heavily on the biosphere, they also carry promises of renewal. They harbor perhaps our greatest hopes of building a truly ecological civilization. So it is truly an imperative of the highest order to bring cities into balance with nature, and nature-based solutions can help us do just that. So what are they? I was going to give the long-winded definition, but I think Ivo actually did a pretty good job of that. I was very pleased, Ivo, to hear you recite the IUCN definition. Perhaps I would just add at the end of that, nature-based solutions provide human well-being and biodiversity benefits simultaneously. So they're addressing societal challenges, but they're also delivering human well-being and biodiversity benefits. Now, in other words, it's basically using nature in a sustainable way to get useful things done. Okay, so it's aligning conservation with development. And you heard Ivo mention some of the great advantages. I mean, the fact that they are so cost effective is so important because we face a massive infrastructure financing gap. Some economists warn it could be as large as $15 trillion by 2040. So in order to bridge that gap, Mother Nature is offering us a helping hand. She's prepared to do much of the heavy lifting. And remember, it's not just the construction of infrastructure that's expensive, it's the maintenance. And I always love to use this little slogan that nature never rusts. Remember that, nature never rusts. Now, secondly, they generate multiple co-benefits. And again, you heard Ivo mention a few. And in cities where land is so hotly contested, we can ill afford to have monolithic, unifunctional infrastructure. We need to exact as much as possible from our infrastructure. Nature-based solutions, well, they are multifunctional by design. And thirdly, I mentioned it earlier, we have a crisis on our hands. Everything we do should be permeated by the urgency to act on that crisis, that planetary emergency. And if we want to turn things around within the limited window of opportunity that we have, and it is rapidly closing, then we need to ensure that all our infrastructure development decisions are nature positive and carbon neutral. So in recent years, IUCN has been working to popularize this concept of nature-based solutions. Last year, you may have heard we launched the global IUCN standard for nature-based solutions. And that is the result of an intensive and extensive consultative process involving some 800 experts and scores of institutions. And this is our attempt to offer clarity, credibility, and quality assurance to the concept. And I think the rationale was that we had seen how the term sustainable development had been misused, perhaps misappropriated, undermined, and it had lost meaning over time. So sensing the risk posed, a similar risk posed to the term nature-based solutions as it became more and more popular over the last 5 or 6 years, we thought it necessary to give a clear definition and a set of principles or criteria to ensure their quality. Now, examples from around the world can attest to the many benefits of nature-based solutions. I've mentioned they're cost-effective, they're elegant, they're beautiful, they generate multiple co-benefits. Trees, just, look at the ordinary trees. They mop up pollutants, they dampen noise pollution, which is a serious disruptor for many people in cities. They also cool the air, and that's very important given the situation we are facing. The wetlands and rain gardens in our cities help to reduce flood risk. If any of you have ever lived in the tropics near a mangrove, you will attest that they help to buffer storm surges, or even here in Europe, marshes. Marshes do much the same job. Green spaces facilitate exercise, spiritual nourishment, and community interaction. How important they have been over the past year or two. And finally, greenways support active travel. I understand that you will receive a number of in-depth examples from the next speakers, so I'm not going to go into too much detail. Rather, I think I'll spend the rest of my presentation speaking about catalytic interventions, because in most cities, the provision of nature is still inadequate, woefully inadequate, or at best it's distributed unevenly, usually along lines of affluence, with the poor, the marginalized, the vulnerable, most severely deprived. Stark inequities persist, and far too many people, frankly, are denied nature's benefits. So we can and we must do better. I often ask myself, how? What can we do as a community of practice? What can we do to expedite the great green transition, to expedite the renaturing of cities? Well, I've been thinking about this for a while. I've come up with maybe 6, 7, or 8 catalytic interventions. I'm going to just run through a short selection of them now. So firstly, I think we need to educate city shapers. Far too many architects, engineers, urban planners, designers, investors, developers, far too many people who are making the decisions that shape our cities know far too little about ecology. Now, this is problematic because cities are ultimately ecosystems, right? And if you don't understand ecology, how can you possibly manage, design, build, govern cities which are ecosystems? So we need to penetrate the planning faculties, the architecture schools, the business schools to ensure that the next generation of city shapers are adequately prepared. Secondly, we need to ally with culture makers. Remember, every great political, ideological, or social movement has been fronted, not by scientists and policymakers, but by artists, poets, musicians, writers, filmmakers, people who are naturally adept at capturing hearts and minds. And if we want to reach the scale of audience required with the urgency required to bring about whole of society transformative change, then we ought to be working hand in hand with culture makers. We, for our part, have a great partnership with the University of Edinburgh. Actually, it's Edinburgh College of Art. And we had some 15 students develop these stunning short films exploring the theme of ecological urbanism. We also need to empower communities. There's very compelling evidence in cities across the world that people want more nature in their lives, right? So they're not getting it, but if we had more deliberative forms of democracy that empower people to shape their own neighborhoods, then I'm sure we would see very different forms and patterns of urbanization arise. Just think of Reykjavik, which after the 2008 financial crash actually imposed such a program, and it has actually remodeled the city in fascinating ways. We need to fix market failure. So ecosystem services tend to occur as common goods or as public goods. They're non-excludable. And that's partly why they suffer from chronic underinvestment. But the good news is that we can fix market failure. We have the tools: planning, zoning, market-based instruments such as taxes, fees, incentives, subsidies, grants. And there are a range of really interesting innovative measures that can be adopted. One that I'm particularly excited about is land value capture, which is when you basically tax the upliftment in property prices to finance the initial investment, the capital expenditure. It's been used successfully across Latin America for grey infrastructure. It has huge promise to be deployed for natural infrastructure or nature-based solutions. And finally, we can adopt a rights-based approach to urban development. Every single one of us has a fundamental human right to inhabit a clean, safe, and wildlife-rich environment. And the evidence is crystal clear. Access and exposure to high-quality nature is not just an accessory or a luxury. It's absolutely essential for human health and well-being. And if it's essential, then it follows, surely, it is also a human right. So the right to a clean, safe, and wildlife-rich environment is actually, funny enough, enshrined in most national constitutions, but there's a huge implementation gap that we need to address. I mean, take, for instance, the shocking statistic that 9 out of 10 humans globally breathe air that is polluted, that is deemed by the World Health Organization to be dangerous. We're working with the University of Cambridge this summer on a really fun and interesting project looking at environmental justice through the provision of urban nature. So keep an eye out for that. To conclude, well, let me ponder the implications of all of this. You know, why do we bother? Well, if we try, at the very least, I believe that we can fill our lives with more meaning, more purpose, more beauty, and more wonder. If we do well, I think there's an opportunity for us to transform our communities, to transform our cities, and perhaps even to reimagine our very civilization. But if we dare to dream, I believe that nature-based solutions can help us to transition from a world of artificial scarcity, where natural, spiritual, cultural capital are commodified and accessed on a transactional basis, so a world of artificial scarcity, to a world of natural abundance. And from that lush and flourishing future, we all stand to gain. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Russel. Indeed, a very, very good conclusion to several points that you mentioned. It did pain me a little bit, and I know the pain very well, and I know the issue very well. As a person with an engineering background, it does seem that we have, perhaps engineers seem to be one of the issues of why we are in such a pinch with our cities. I don't know if you've heard of the new European Bauhaus initiative. Do you have any thoughts on that? I think the idea to bring together kind of different experts from city planning, but also with architecture, design, experts from ecology is kind of the heart of that. Do you think that could be a way to succeed in our planning?
Yes, I don't know a huge amount about the Bauhaus movement. I've come across it, and I understand it's promoting passive buildings that reflect and contribute towards a sense of place, so they're culturally appropriate, but also they're fit for the future. They're resilient and they're sustainable and they touch the earth lightly. So that's clearly the way we've got to go, without a doubt. And actually, I'm a big supporter of blurring the boundaries between disciplines. We need to take a much more holistic, transdisciplinary approach if we want to address some of these big, wider issues. Every one of us must become an environmentalist, whether you're a banker, a butcher, or a builder, it doesn't matter. Everyone can become an environmentalist. We need to ensure that people are educated and know how to play their part. I often say that, Mother Earth's most effective foot soldiers might actually lie beyond the environmental sector.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much, Russel, and I wish you all the best in your work going forward, because it really does seem that a lot of the challenges that we do have, we can do quite a bit to solve them if we work with our cities and work with nature-based solutions within our cities.
Thank you, Ivo. It was a real pleasure, and I look forward to the other presentations.
We'll now move on to Meelis Pärtel and Mart Meriste, who will be talking about the importance of biodiversity in the urban environment and kind of bring in a bit more practical examples in what it could be, what it could look like. Meelis Pärtel is a professor at the University of Tartu. His research is focused on biodiversity and how it could be used. Mart Meriste, also a biologist, nature conservation practitioner with an interest in restoring semi-natural meadows and introducing nature-friendly landscaping to the urban environment. So definitely very much topical. So I'll give the floor to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This has been really a nice start, and thank you for this introduction. I'm trying to give first a bit more academic view on urban biodiversity and asking why this is important, what we can do with this biodiversity, and then Mart take over and give more practitioner's view about biodiversity. So there are very many different aspects, and those aspects are tightly linked to each other, but academics want to classification, so we go through those step by step and then trying to synthesize a bit. First, as we heard already, that cities are spreading, and often cities are also home not just humans but also some threatened species. And if we wisely manage biodiversity in cities, we can counteract the global biodiversity crisis. Many threatened species live in cities, and it's often the only way we can protect some species. Why? Humans have settled down in areas which have been naturally biodiverse. Human density and biodiversity often co-vary. And if we take more natural areas, expanding to natural areas, it's becoming even more urgent. So urbanization indirect effect is even more strong. Urban areas often expand croplands, but most fertile croplands. And if we need to replace those croplands, they take at least twice as large area somewhere elsewhere. And often intensive agriculture and forestry is not better for biodiversity than urban areas if you manage biodiversity well in urban context. Urban areas have spreading along roads and making such networks which block dispersal of biodiversity. If they have green patches in cities, they can work as corridors or stepping stones for biodiversity. So we should look urban biodiversity within a framework of larger natural networks. In urban context, global changes, land use change, of course, but also climate change is more extreme. And in urban context, we can see novel ecosystems. Those are a set of species and conditions which have never occurred together in evolutionary history. So urban biodiversity, urban ecosystems can be seen as evolutionary laboratory. which gives new insights how biodiversity can manage global change in general, and some adaptation of some species which already live in cities might be beneficial, that those species can go out from cities and inhabit natural habitats in the future when climate change continues. As we already heard, urban ecosystems bring many direct benefits, say purify air, water, reduce noise, hydrology, mitigate heat waves, store carbon, and so on. But biodiversity is absolutely critical for functional ecosystems. Without biodiversity, ecosystem services cannot be provided. So we need biodiversity to have those sustainable biodiversity ecosystem services to humans. But biodiversity itself is also a service we can directly measure, like urban gardens need pollinators and natural pest controls. Already we heard about education, how much we need education to really combat the global biodiversity crisis, environmental crisis. We need to educate people, and it's only possible if they see nature, if they have biodiversity next to their living places. So we need urban biodiversity for education of general people, for those city planners, as we heard. And this helps to bring more common understanding on biodiversity in science, in policy and planning, and also in practice. We need to find a common ground, common understanding that why we need biodiversity, what are those nature-based solutions, and it also can bridge such kind of urban and countryside views which have been claimed to be contrasting recently. Biodiversity, of course, has an intrinsic value. We do not need to measure everything in money, but this intrinsic value or non-monetary value is needed for our moral responsibility, religious and cultural needs. People have they badly need to do something good for nature, and if there is urban biodiversity, there are options to work as volunteers. In Estonia, we have a movement is everyone's nature protection, where we give guidelines for how to promote biodiversity in each square meter, and it's especially important, of course, in cities. And finally, but probably most importantly, urban biodiversity is really essential for human well-being. We need urban biodiversity both to our mental health, to strengthen social connection among people. It's sometimes called social health, and also to pure physical health. And I will talk about those in more just now. Very often scientists have found a positive relationship between number of green areas or biodiversity and mental health, and sometimes the perceived biodiversity. This means how much humans understand and value biodiversity is even more important. So it's connected to education again. Green areas can increase social health, more social connection and health equity, because there are studies which have shown that green areas benefit more population groups from which are maybe less educated or have lower income. I bring three recent examples. There are a study from Denmark which showed that there was less psychiatric problems for persons who originated from greener urban areas. So greener areas, especially at childhood, is especially important. Another study from Belgium showed actually that children's IQ was higher if they lived in urban areas next to green, some green areas, and also those children had fewer behavior disorders. And finally, one example from Germany is that urban tree density was related negatively to prescription of antidepressants. So they can really benefit health, and those three are just some recent examples from hundreds of studies. So physical health also, there are many studies which have shown positive correlation. And first, it was thought that physical activity and ways to rest, recreation are important, but recent decades have brought new mechanism which really works. And this is through microorganisms. Humans are not individuals alone. They are walking ecosystems on us and inside us. There are millions of microbes, and we need to live together with those. It's the only way we can live. It's called holobiont concept in science. And we need microbes from nature to keep our health. And if there is loss of biodiversity, it can cause allergies and autoimmune diseases. This means our immune system need to feel biodiversity around us. Otherwise, it needs always training to understand who is friend and who is an enemy. If we do not have such training, our immune system starts making errors, like attacking some non-harmful substances, which means allergy, or even worse, it's starting to attack our own body, autoimmune diseases. And those beneficial microbes come from diverse vegetation. And there are two studies I brought from Finland, which is close to Estonia. The first was a study where plant flower biodiversity was measured around homes of some residents, and allergies were significantly lower when there was more plant biodiversity. And the connection is through microbes. More plants, more microbes, less allergy. Another study is especially pioneering from last year. It is a very first experimental study, also from Finland, where scientists brought biodiversity, salt and soil and plants from forest to kindergarten yard. And if children played with this natural object within months, their health parameters already were much better compared to the control group. So there is a direct link now. Of course, we need to know some bad things biodiversity might cause: zoonotic diseases, allergies from pollen, poisonous plants, injuries, and so on. We need to be aware of those, but I'm sure that positive aspects of urban biodiversity are much more prevailing, and with education and wise solution, we can minimize risk. It's something analogous to traffic. Bad accidents happen, but we work to reduce risk with those, but we do not exclude traffic from towns, so we should not exclude biodiversity from towns either. And there are ways to increase biodiversity, and Mart will talk more about those. We need to restore, we need to keep, and we need to educate people, of course. And one hot topic is indigenous knowledge, how to do it. And one in Europe, I think the indigenous knowledge is semi-natural habitats. Those are habitats like grassland and meadows, which have been used for domestic animals. If we have those practices in town as well, we can have more diverse ecosystems, more microbes, and better health as well. To get knowledge on biodiversity, we need some tools, and in our work groups from University of Tartu, we have developed green meter application, which combines information from very many geographical layers and assess landscape parameters which support biodiversity. In each single location in Estonia, in cities and in countryside, and it provides aggregated index, map, and description, and this can be used for education and planning. And just yesterday we launched the English version of this green meter, so you're welcome to explore and study. And then another work we are just starting is a project Tartu, our home city of good microbes. In collaboration with different universities, Children's Clinic and the Estonian Genome Center scientists, we plan to map soil microbes. Most of those beneficial microbes live in soils in our city, to have the first citywide map of microbes and links this to plant biodiversity, landscape features, and use this in the future, make suggestions how to make our cities more healthier and greener. So this was a short overview from academic point of view, and I think now Mart can take over from practical views. Thank you.
First, I want to thank Russel and Meelis for their interesting presentations, and I will continue with the same topic as Meelis, but with a more practitioner's view. So I'm a biologist myself, and I have been working in the recent 9 years as a head of the company Nordic Botanical, who basically are doing and developing the nature-based solutions and also in urban environment. And I want to talk more about the meadows this time, because this is the thing I'm doing. Basically, I'm developing or helping to develop urban meadows, and I will a little bit touch other topics as well, but mostly I'm talking about creating and maintaining urban meadows. So this is the semi-natural meadow from Western Estonia, and my thought is, or it's proven to be realistic to get something like that in urban environment as well. So why we are talking about meadows and in this area where we have got used to that the forest is our main ecosystem. This is because actually quite a lot of our biodiversity is related to meadows, and if we watch the plant species number, then most of our plant species are meadow related or open habitat related plant species, and plant species richness is quite strictly connected to the animal species richness. So if we want to create species rich habitats, then the first thing we have to do is focus on plant species richness. So here I'm going to show some of the problems why this concept of nature-based solutions and especially urban biodiversity hasn't taken off as quickly as we maybe hoped some years ago. First thing I like to mention is the local landscape managing rules that are sometimes limiting the possibilities of creating more natural looking areas in cities. So this maximum height of grass, 15 centimeters, is still in Tartu management rules, not anymore in Tallinn. So 10 points to Tallinn. The second problem has been the viability of native seeds. This is the thing I'm working basically day and night to get this problem solved. But still, this can be, if it takes off this whole idea very quickly, this can be the main breaking mechanism of this this practice. So lack of good practice. We still don't have very good large-scale examples of this this concept. You can see already some things, for example, in Tartu, in front of our National Museum, and then some streets and some park renovations. So there are coming probably very good examples, but they are not in everywhere yet. The problem is with the public opinion. So people are afraid that instead of lawn, they start to see nettles and weeds. And this public opinion is turning really quickly, I have to say. So it gets less and less, smaller and smaller problem, but still there are complaints if you are leaving some lawn unmowed in the cities, that the city government get lots of complaints from citizens. People are afraid, especially developers are afraid of protected species, because Estonian rules for protected species are quite strict. Maybe at some places we should take this thing a little bit more dynamically, because the species in the landscape are more dynamic than we tend to believe. And some old fears, and Meelis already talked about some of those, and I divided them in three different sections. So the biological fears that we have is related to some species, especially ticks, that deliver some very bad diseases to humans. And this is a very common solution to mow the grass so low that the ticks cannot live there. If you are looking in city parks in Estonia, you can see that there's trees and there is grass or lawn, but not much bushes. This has been historical problem, that the bushes hide some asocial behavior and some people that we are not that we don't like to see in city environment. So without bushes, we believe that we can eliminate criminals and alcoholics, and some practical issues, because the main machine to manage the green areas is lawnmower. Is it small or big or robotic? Doesn't matter. But in every machine, they cannot mow tall grass. So when we mow very often, then we don't have to deal with higher grass. And there are some very simple solutions in nature-based solution point of view. So the biological threats are real, but we have deal with those threats specifically, and not forget that biodiversity is necessary and is vital for people. So we have to deal with ticks, for example. And criminals and drinkers are social problems. They are not created by bushes in city. They are created by social problems, and we have to deal with social problems, not with green areas in cities. And there are actually quite many machines that are able to cut taller grass. We just have to think about alternatives to the lawnmower sometimes. So if you look in the city landscape or city green landscapes with natural areas, there are some elements that are usually missing in city greenery. Bushes I already mentioned, but dead trees, standing or lying dead trees, large rocks, uncut vegetation, vines on trees, and small wetlands and water bodies. These are the things we like define the natural scenery, and there are actually all those elements are possible to get in the towns as well. So we can actually create this scenery in our cities. And we lack some key species that promote other biodiversity. So we are used to measure the biodiversity of the species we can see, but actually we can measure the problems in biodiversity with the species we can't see. We can estimate the number of non-growing plant species, for example. If we know the environmental conditions in certain area, we can measure the so-called dark diversity to estimate how many species we lack in certain areas. And then we can bring those species or doing some work to get those species in the towns as well. And with the plant species, for example, we can always hope that there are some animal species, and I'm thinking more like small animal species, insects and so on, butterflies and bees and other pollinators. We should not be afraid that large animals come to towns, so no mooses in our streets every day, because we cannot make urban environment as friendly to the native species so that the large animals can come to and live in towns. Using native seeds or natural meadow seeds in creating urban meadows is possible, and there's a basic knowledge that biodiversity starts from plants in terrestrial ecosystems, and plants grow from seeds. And of course, in the city we have to have some paved areas and asphalt and some lawn areas. That these are really practical, but there are some places in city that we are actually keeping the asphalt or keeping the pavement or mowing the lawn without actually any reason. And urban meadows can be really small. Urban trees may grow very, very big, but urban meadows can be only some square meters big, so they're easy to create everywhere, basically. So, and every square meter counts, and some species actually require only 1 square meter to live and not much more. Sometimes urban meadows are not the best idea, or creating them is not the best idea, because some urban areas already have quite rich biodiversity. So we always, before we are cultivating some areas to get those nice meadow plants there, we have to take some preliminary analysis to analyze what is the quality of this particular place before we are doing some heavy work. And sometimes the changing maintenance practices may be sufficient. Often this is very good idea, especially when we creating a new urban green areas, or we are building something, building some infrastructure, or building new buildings that need some greenery or need some new solutions. Then we can implement them without losing anything. And there's a nice example about purchasing art in Estonian public new developed public facilities. In certain some you have to use like 1% of the budget to buy some art. Why not we use this kind of concept in promoting city biodiversity? there are some obstacles to consider. First, the ecology is not horticulture, so you cannot regulate or control all the things in urban meadows or in native areas in general. So that's the thing we have to consider, that not all the things we are sowing or all the things we are wanting there to be will be there in next year, and then there will be always some surprises, and nature is full of surprises. And at the same time, there's not much to lose, because sorry, we can replace the meadow all the time, anytime we like. We can replace it with lawn again or asphalt, so we can experiment actually quite a lot. There is a threat because of urban meadows. If you are looking and doing some internet research, often leads to field of annual plant species, which are really nice to see, but are not permanent solutions. And there is two things I want to address in the end, is that I think that biodiversity should be considered in all new city projects. And if we choose anti-biodiversity solutions, it should be justified, not the other way around. And on the right side, you are seeing a picture from one of the big green area development in one of the Estonian cities, which is a huge area, but I tend to think that nobody thought about biodiversity. So we are talking about tens, maybe even hundreds of hectares of a public project without anyone thinking about biodiversity. Okay, I have to skip some slides, and my end conclusion is that all species in the planet we have to be protected species in a way, and the simplest way to protect the species is protect its habitat and environment, and also the human beings have species specific habitat, and it's far more natural habitat than lots of us having today. So thank you
very much to both of you. We do have a landing page for everyone. I hope you all got the link to as where you're watching this coverage. There is a way to ask questions from the presenters, and while we are at a very tight schedule, I would like to, if anyone does have questions, please write in. But while we are waiting for these, both of you mentioned kind of educating different parts of either local municipalities or people themselves, and I would like to ask perhaps first Mart and then Meelis about this education fact and the old ways and the new ways, because I've recently started gardening for several reasons, and my parents have been really good at giving me tips because I really know nothing. However, we have kind of started to disagree on a few things now. I want it to be much more biodiverse, and I don't want to mow my lawn as often and so on. But they do warn me that dandelions will come and weeds will come everywhere, and my neighbors will be very angry at me. So first, perhaps Mart, what can I do? And Meelis, how does this kind of figure into educating people?
First, I want to address that the term weed is strictly agricultural, so it has nothing to do with ecology, basically. So, and those dandelions are not so much weeds. They are actually quite the common plant species in Estonian meadows as well. Not so numerous as maybe in the old agricultural areas, but they are common species. So there's no need to fight against them specifically. but they are showing you something. For example, sometimes they can show that your general biodiversity is low. So these are the species that are taking the niches that actually lack some native plant species. So what can you do? You can mow a lot less and introduce some native plant species to your garden.
I can only agree that we probably need a more general change in viewpoints, that not dividing species to not needed. Each species is beautiful unless it's really attacking our own body and has own niche in the nature. So general ecological knowledge and thinking more broadly is a way to go.
Thank you very much to both of you. We don't have questions from the landing page at this moment, and as we are at a very tight schedule, we will move forward. But thank you very much, and I'll see what I can do about my garden and the dandelions and growing the appreciation for them. Next, we do have Anu Leisner and Anne-Mai Nagel, both working for the city of Tallinn, will be presenting their pollinator highway project. So the word is yours.
So actually, it's really good to hear Mart Meriste's presentation and continue from here, because we in the city of Tallinn have also collaborated with Mart Meriste. We have 2 urban meadows implemented in pollinator highway with the help of Mart Meriste. So, but let's start from the beginning. What is pollinator highway, and what is the concept? It's a species-rich meadow, species-rich meadow-like natural environment. It is a green corridor in between the city districts, and of course, it's a space for people to move around. And it offers a lot of activities, and first of all, possibilities for using sustainable transport, especially walking and cycling. And we define it both by biodiversity and urbanization. And it's quite long. It's 13.5 kilometers long green corridor, quite an ambitious project. And it runs along the former railway dam and today's transmission tower corridor. And the connection of high voltage lines to the underground cable frees up the potential for the citywide linear park. So this was the real beginning for the pollinator highway. And the name pollinator highway refers to already existing movement corridor used by different pollinators, bumblebees, butterflies, solitary bees, and so on. And for them, it's a moving corridor to move from one green area to another. And talking about some characteristics of the pollinator highway, it connects 6 city districts and 18 sub-districts. It has a really interesting sequence of different and various environments. I will speak about those later on. It has a lot of potential because it has vacant space, and for our team, urban planners and architects, vacant space is always something interesting to work with. And of course, it's ecologically valuable as a green corridor, and it's a functional pollinator habitat and migration corridor within the city. And how we arrived to the pollinator highway in Estonia, we call it Putukaväil. We started the project and just started meeting with different city departments. And when we met our city environmental experts, then we learned that it is this kind of biodiverse and rich corridor, and that's why we should connect it with pollinators, not only think about it as a green corridor for people, but also to do something for pollinators. And it's a green corridor in city strategic land use plans. So our job is just to enhance the biodiversity and provide more habitats and more possibilities for pollinators and for people. And here you can see this 13.5 kilometer corridor, really passing from different urban environments and areas. For example, from northern Tallinn, it starts from Kopli cargo station, then it arrives between the garages from the 70s in North Tallinn city district. Then we arrive to Merimets, that is really, really nice and much loved urban forest. In Merimets there is so-called honey fields. It passes also this. Then the meadow area of Merimets. Then private housing area in Mustjõe, Tallinn Zoo neighborhood. Then we have also some old dachas or cottages along the corridor. It passes also the industrial areas and new building areas, and then really rich Alvar areas and Mustamäe, Nõmme nature protection area. So it's really different kind of city areas connected. And what is our aim and objectives and tasks within the Pollinator Highway project? First of all, we are improving the biodiversity. Then we are developing allotment garden concept. This is a new concept for Tallinn, and my colleague Anne-Mai Nagel will speak about it later on. Then we are also dealing with placemaking, because as I mentioned, there is a lot of vacant space, and sometimes vacant space is perceived as a dangerous place. So we are thinking how to turn these dangerous places into more friendly places where people really want to walk and spend their free time. Then within the project, we are also testing new methods and tools for urban planning. And for our team, it's really interesting to try out also the agile piloting of green infrastructure. So we are trying to develop and integrate smart city solutions. And of course, doing everything in connection with the local communities and activating the local communities. And we do it using science-based approach. So we started with stakeholder mapping, just to understand who are the stakeholders, who are the people that live next to the pollinator area, who will be the potential and future users, and with whom we are talking actually, and what are their needs and what are their worries. And another really interesting survey was carried out both in Tallinn and Helsinki parallelly. It was the resident survey on green infrastructure. It's not yet published, but it will be soon published in Pollinator Highway website. So I encourage you to see the website and see it more closely. And talking about the science-based concept, in 2019, there was a survey about pollinators carried out by University of Tartu. And in this survey, we measured the habitats of the Pollinator Highway, and it also proposed the coherence between the green corridor and habitats. And the study found that the pollinator highway does not fully function as the green corridor, but the condition of the least biodiverse sections can be improved. So this was a nice news for our team. And indeed, in the framework of Be Green project, we are working with the least biodiverse sections, and we address those as the priority. And what we do as the concrete actions. So here you can see last year the picture from Ehitajate tee 105. It's a huge low-cut lawn. It's kind of normality in urban areas in Tallinn as well. And what we wanted to do is to experiment the blooming urban meadow. So with this, Mart Meriste was helping us collecting and using the Estonian natural seeds. So in this meadow, we used also the annual plants and the perennials. So this summer we should see the first plants blooming, and from next year's on, we will see the real effect. Altogether, it's 1,300 square meters of urban meadow, and here you can see the planting scheme made by our team, landscape architects. And another measure that we are trying out is the bee borders, in Estonian mesilaspeenar. This concept, I guess, comes from England, and it's about perennials that will bloom from early spring to late autumn, and all the plants are chosen to enhance the pollinator habitats. And of course, it's beautiful for the local residents as well. And we are also trying to try out the urban beekeeping along the pollinator highway. So we have mapped the locations of the possible beehives, and our objective is to encourage new outdoor activities for local residents. And we do it in collaboration with Tallinn Beekeepers Association. And within this action, of course, there is a lot of awareness raising on pollinators and urban beekeeping, and also breaking the myths regarding beekeeping in urban areas. And like I mentioned in the beginning, for our team, one of the very interesting things that we are working with is agile piloting. So these huge transmission towers will be demolished, and the lanes will be substituted with underground cables. But our team and architects want to preserve some of the masts as landmarks and give them absolutely new meaning and new functions. And now we are having a really nice collaboration with the Estonian Academy of Arts architecture students that are kind of rethinking the masts and possibilities to use the masts. And now I would give the word to my colleague Anne-Mai that will speak more in depth about allotment gardens and the benefits of the allotment gardens.
Yes, good morning to all from sunny Tallinn, and I am indeed going to talk about the allotment gardens that we are trying to bring back to Tallinn with the pollinator highway. So an allotment garden is a very established kind of urban garden concept in many of the European countries. It's a plot of land rented by an individual or a family or a group of friends, often city-owned or private-owned or local municipality-owned, and it is meant for growing vegetables or flowers. So we have some examples also from this in Estonia. Mostly I know from Tartu, so I can give 10 points back to you, Mart, to Tartu for already having an established allotment garden. But in Tallinn, we are really working on bringing them back. We used to have them in the first half of 20th century. You can see a picture of it from Sibulaküla in Tallinn. And they disappeared during the Soviet times, and also in the 19th, nobody really thought of bringing them back because we had lots of other things to do, and perhaps gardening wasn't a real priority, or urban gardening as such. Right now, there are about 3 million allotments in Europe together. There's a high demand, record level waiting lists, and of course, the pandemic has really boosted the need for them. Here you can see some of the headlines from The Guardian and BBC, where people or the journalists see that the interest in allotment soars, or thousands are chasing for them in London. And a lot of people have also found refuge in them during the pandemic, because this allotment garden, owning a special a place where you can go safely in open space to maybe do something together with your community is seen really necessary, or felt necessary, especially times where we have had a lot of restrictions. And this is also one of the reasons we wish to bring this to life in Tallinn as well. We have some science to back these claims up also, not by just people writing in various journals or media. So we see that some research has shown that not only working in allotment garden, but simply being or walking through it boosts your health and well-being. So it's also for other kind of green areas, meadows as such, Marta talked about previously. But there is something about getting your hands dirty and doing some work that offers a clear bonus. I have listed here some of the benefits of allotments as well, besides offering refuge or a place to rest from your busy day, or get some exercise, some physical exercise. So they are also very important for cities, because they can also reduce the noise, filter air. They're shelters for fauna and flora in towns. And they are also, of course, have an educational purpose. People can learn about nature, about how to grow. As the host was just talking about, you don't really, there are many people who want to start with gardening, but they have no clue how to do it. And they also raise the value of urban areas, interestingly. So we have this example of Greece and Spain from the time of the financial crisis in the late 2000s. Where there were big areas where there were problems with ghettos and some really bad neighborhoods. And so in Greece and Spain, they used the creating allotment gardens to calm these kind of areas down as well. So they really have this kind of social function. And of course, they are a source of happiness and self-realization, but for city planners, allotment gardens are kind of a spatial planning anomaly, because they often emerge when there is this kind of a blank space in the city. No one knows what to do with, or the city doesn't have any plans for it. And sadly, they often disappear when some more important plans for the cities arise. For example, if some developer wants to build a housing area or such, we have seen these cases where in many of the countries allotment gardens kind of disappear. And on a national level, some countries have also started to regulate it, to ban this kind of things. So, for example, UK, Ireland, but also Poland, they have this kind of laws that they protect allotment gardens once they have been created from developers, for example. And when I talk about these blank spaces, you can see one of these areas next to Putukaväil. What do they look like actually when I talk about the blank space? So we really have identified this very specific area in Pelgulin. I have written the correct address here as well. So if anyone is interested, you can check it out via Google Maps. It's, as you can see from the picture, rather pointless area at the moment. It is pointless from the view of humans. You cannot, there are no like really activities you can do there. It's pointless when we regard in the regard of biodiversity. It's just like an empty lawn. It's only useful for people who are walking their dogs, basically. But this is also what I have observed while going there, that this is the main activity of this area, offering a space to walk your dog. So, but we wish to turn this kind of an area into something like this. So a place where we have more biodiversity, more blooming plants, and of course people who find nice activities together to educate the children, to learn something about nature, to feel the connection with nature also. It's a very important topic for us. And since we are creating this first allotment garden in Tallinn under the Pollinator Highway project, of course we have already in the planning process banned the use of pesticides, for example, in this garden. So we are planning to use and plant pollinator-friendly plants and flowers and trees there. So really also support pollinators and biodiversity together with offering quality time for leisure activities for humans. So really this kind of collaboration is always in our minds. Okay, and this was my final slide. A big thank you. And we have listed here our team, the people working in our team, so you can see how many people really are needed for this kind of a project. So thank you for inviting us to talk about our Pollinator Highway.
Thank you very much. The project is indeed a breath of fresh air in city planning, and the pun is indeed very much intended. I do want to ask about the allotment gardening, because while there are generations like myself, or at least people like myself who know very little about gardening, for my parents and their parents and so on, the gardening is a very normal part of their life, or has been, and as people are more moving into smaller spaces like apartments and don't have access to gardening, an important stress relief is pretty much taken away. So how do we get allotment gardening pretty much everywhere in every city? How do we make it not just be a small project that can be taken away if new planning comes? How do we make it the normal in every city?
Thank you for the question. Well, first of all, these kind of projects need cooperation from all the city departments. So it's a lot about working together with the city district or with electricity company, for example, or other kinds of stakeholders. The other thing is also that we need regulations that protect this kind of allotment gardens, and but these only can come after these allotments have been created. And because there needs to be this kind of a demand from the people that we want to protect and we want to work in allotment gardens. I forgot to tell you that this is a pilot for Tallinn, what we are doing. We hope to create the first one, so this can spread throughout the city. We hope to see that in by 2025, we have allotment gardens ideal in every city district of Tallinn. And we have a great example of this with the community gardens. So as you know, perhaps know, the community garden is rather different from allotment, because the community garden, people don't have much space for growing. They have some kind of, not really patches of land, but boxes where they are growing stuff. And the focus is on working in the community. And Tallinn started with the community gardens, perhaps I think 5, 6, 7 years ago, something like that. At first there was 1, and now we have more than 10, and in each city district as of this year. So we have really seen that when the first one comes, there is a high demand that comes from other city districts. And as you know, luckily we have this democratic system that the politicians really want to do something that pleases the people. But first we have to create the first one.
Right. I'm looking at the question board again, seeing if we have anything come in, but unfortunately not at the moment. But this does help me because we are at a bit of a time stretch, and I do want to give everyone a 5-minute break now, and I'll see you all back here at 11:30. Thank you very much. Well, I hope you've had a lovely stretch. And of course, I haven't mentioned this, but feel free to take our little webinar with you and walk around in a city, perhaps in a nice green area to enjoy the various benefits that nature in cities can provide to you. Or if you're in an area where there's not a lot of greenery, then ask yourself, why don't we have that? And perhaps there are ways that we can improve it and then get nice ideas from our speakers. So we have Teele Kaljurand now coming up. She's an environmental advisor of the Lääne-Harju municipality and worked with nature-based solutions for the past years. And she will be giving an overview of her master thesis on the topic of nature-based solutions in Vormsi Park. So.
Yes, thank you. Hi, everyone. As said, my name is Teele Kaljurand, and I'm an environmental advisor in Lääne-Harju municipality. My presentation today isn't directly connected with my everyday work, but the problem of my master's thesis somewhat grew out of it. For many years, there has been discussion, political and scientific, about nature-based solutions and about the need to implement them as they have the direct ability to solve the problems associated with climate change and rapid urbanization. But unfortunately, there hasn't been as fast implementation as hoped for. One of the barriers is the lack of design standards and guidelines for maintenance and monitoring. In my master thesis, I focused on the barrier regarding lack of standards and regulations, including absence of toolkits or handbooks that support the decision-making process in the public sector. Existing toolkits or handbooks focus mostly on one field, on water management or on biodiversity, but most of the time observed areas are more complex, and therefore implementing nature-based solutions need a more holistic approach, meaning different challenges, social, environmental, arise at the same time and therefore need solving simultaneously. Horizon 2020 project Urban Greenup has developed a toolkit and NBS catalog that aims to offer support officials and contributes to wider implementation of nature-based solutions. So in my master thesis, I tested if the toolbooks could be helpful to mainstream NBS implementation, and today I will introduce comprehensively the methodology and the results. The research area was Vormsi Park. Vormsi Park is situated in the capital of Estonia, specifically in the Lasnamäe district. Most of the Estonians know the history of Lasnamäe, but for our foreign listeners, it is a residential district built in 1970s in Soviet times to only half completion. Due to that, greenery and parks are almost non-existent. The park itself is quite tall. The west side of the park is a freshly renovated family area, and east side is preserved wild with the ruins of an old school building and old fruit trees. I viewed these two areas together to investigate how one can support another by compensating others' shortcomings. Vormsi Park is also project area for another Horizon 2020 project, Go Green Routes. aim to improve residents' physical and mental health through implementing nature-based solutions. The main emphasis of the project is on co-creation, creating spaces in an inclusive way. Since one of the bigger aims of Horizon program is to encourage cooperation between different projects, it is a great way to test how one project can create basis for another. Can Urban Green Up NBS selection tool be the basis for Go Green Routes co-creation process? I will give a quick overview of the toolkit used in my thesis. It requires 3 stages to be completed. To determine which NBS are suitable for the area in questions, one of the steps is voluntary, others are you have to take on. As you can see, the results are also presented in different stages. In the first one, the toolbox gives an overview of the strengths and weaknesses of the organization. In the second part, the toolbox offers 15 nature-based solutions that are suitable for addressing the challenges. More specifically about the first step. In general, the necessary data was collected during a field survey and analysis of urban planning documents. The analysis revealed that the key challenges are related to floodings, heat, island effect, lack of biodiversity, and human health and well-being, specifically with the need to raise it. Defining future scenarios was a voluntary step. The purpose of defining future scenarios is to obtain information on whether the nature-based solutions already planned for the area are really suitable for solving the challenges there. The analysis revealed that the only planned nature-based solution in Vormsi Park is urban trees, but this hasn't been a conscious implementation either. And mapping the organizational capabilities based on the methodology used, the organization's capabilities are mapped on the basis of a semi-open questionnaire. More specifically, 31 questions are divided into 8 different thematic areas. Based on the toolbox guidance material, it is recommended to do the initial mapping on an individual basis. And after that, you can discuss about the bottlenecks and barriers more broadly. But what about the results? As a result of mapping the organization, it became clear that the strengths of Lasnamäe district government as the organization managing Vormsi Park for successful implementation are primarily related to the strong support of the management and other agencies. But political leaders are aware of the concept, but their full support depends on budgetary and time factors. In addition, the strength is the sufficient time and motivation of the team members to implement a new and challenging project. One of the weaknesses of the organization is the lack of consensus. There are both supporters and skeptics of NBS. In particular, the respondent sees the lack of interest among members who are involved in developing the solutions, engineers, architects. Also, maintenance can be problematic. Another challenge is lack of internal regulations. If nature-based solutions are to be implemented, there is no clear action plan or standard. And now the most interesting part, which nature-based solutions the toolbox suggested. Nature-based solutions suitable for the area were ranked based on the points given to them. Best suited for the area were NBS best suited for the area were related to urban trees with their capability to purify the air, keep the temperature lower, and buffer the rainwater. In addition, various sustainable drainage systems were proposed, such as grassed swales and water retention ponds, a rain garden, and an urban forestry catchment area. Solutions such as pollinator verges and spaces and pollinator models were associated with increasing biodiversity in the area. Their purpose is to provide the necessary habitat for pollinators. NBS selection tool also proposed NBS contributing to the creation of green recreational areas like green resting places and urban orchard. In conclusion, the NBS selection tool differs from other decision supporting materials in its comprehensiveness. This means that the toolbox considers the various factors, including the implementation of NBS, and analyzes them across the field. It is also possible to point out that the toolbox considers the capabilities of the organization, and this factor is very important. Co-creation is a vital part of NBS. Results obtained from the toolbox can be used as basis for co-creation that ensures that solutions implemented are taking into account both environmental conditions and the wishes of the residents. What are the shortcomings? The weaknesses of the toolbox is that it's suitable for viewing wider areas. Two of the proposed solutions require the presence of buildings or other structures. These solutions were green roofs. Another weakness of the toolbox is that it only considers key benefits, but co-benefits are one of the main advantages over technical solutions. Also, the toolbox does not address the economics of NBS, in particular the payback period or maintenance cost. However, the above is an important argument for politicians and officials. When planning and implementing nature-based solutions, it is important to consider both the environmental conditions, social aspects of the observed area. Not less important is the organizational capacity of decision makers, as well as the regulation that supports or hinders the decision-making process. In conclusion, the toolbox used in the master thesis is a decision supporting guide, which aims to raise the awareness about NBS and thereby contributes to the wider implementation. And I would definitely recommend using and testing in it in public sector. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, I'm reminding all of you that we do have a landing page where you can send in your questions to the presenters. However, starting with something that I took away from the research, you did say that a lot of while there even may be some ideas about nature-based solutions or the benefits in the heads of politicians and heads of urban planning, the issues always come down to the economic questions and the budgeting. How do we get past that? How do we show that, yes, we do have a nice toolkit, we do have all these experiences from different sides, and we do have quite a lot of research, perhaps in other countries and with other projects that show that these can be cost effective, and like Russel said in his keynote, that nature doesn't rust. How do we get kind of past this idea that initially it's a lot of work to bring in all the stakeholders and consider all the co-benefits and so on? How do we kind of get past that point?
I would say that the nature-based solutions aren't always more costly than technical solutions, but we have to consider the ethical side of nature. As said before, that we can't put the price tag on every benefit nature provides us. So we have to deal with we have to raise the awareness more. Yes, and then the ethical side will come also.
We have a question now coming in on what will happen now in Vormsi Park. Will nature-based solutions be applied, and which solutions?
Yes, but as said that there is a Horizon project Go Green Roots, and it concentrates on co-creation. So I didn't want to make specific nature-based solution, because we have to ask residents what do they want to see there and how do they see this area. But nature-based solutions will be implemented there. That's for sure.
I have one final question. Is the toolbox completed now, or is it still in development?
It is quite finished, but the Urban Cleanup project will analyze the results from the main partners and will upgrade it.
Perfect. Thank you very much,
yeah,
Teele.
Thank you.
And we move on to our next speaker, Outi Wahlroos, who speaks about the creation management and monitoring of wetlands in Finland. He founded Paulstrina Design to help put applied research into practice for benefits of the environment. So, Outi, please.
Okay, thank you. Do you see my presentation?
In a smaller screen, but yes, now it's full screen.
Okay, and now better?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, and sorry for the background. We were playing yesterday, and I meant to change it, but as I was already on this conference, I couldn't change it anymore. So it was meant to be something better related to wetlands.
Well chosen.
Yeah. Okay, so thank you very much. It's been very interesting to follow the many very good presentations, and I will just go on to my presentation so that we can catch up the schedule a little bit. So I was invited to talk to you about wetlands, and in urban areas, and I will move quite quick to that. So here is in my first slide. You can see how there is the problem that the wetlands are addressing in urban areas is stormwater management. So it's both the volume and the water quality. But even so, usually the first aim is so quantity and quality of water. With stormwater, we can also create multiple ecosystem services. So that goes all the time along. So other ecosystem services in addition to flood management and flood drought management and the water quality. So there is also issues of carbon sequestration, for example, and local climate modification and recreation and diversity issues. Okay, and this was so one of the longest project I've had on this topic has been a Life Plus project, which we named Urban Oasis. And in that one, we moved on from working on the urban runoff challenges, then moving from there to watershed scale planning and design and understanding of the challenges, how they depend on the different land use. Then moving on to employing the employment of plants and the associated microbes. So here, from water quality point of view, you want to have very diverse vegetation because the vegetation has different microenvironments in there, within them, especially in the root zone, which invites a diverse microflora, which is able to address the multiple pollutants that we put into the water environment. Then, when understanding that, we do designs and implement them. Even the implementation has specific considerations and is often also weather dependent. So in many sites, winter and freezing conditions are the best for implementation. Then when you work on these nature-based solutions, even as you start from understanding nature, then when you construct and implement and establish nature, then we look at how it worked. So we monitor the established sites, so we can learn what solutions were functional and what not, and how to improve. And then it's always important to well, share the joy of neighborhood wetlands. And here, a lot of these things that people have already spoken about, like placemaking, is one of the things. So that picture is from there with children paddling, is from a stormwater wetland, and it's a site that looks like it's in the middle of nature, but instead it's very close to very densely urbanized areas. Okay, so some slides have some graphs and so on. This is to understand the difference between water quantity coming from land use and coming from climate change. So if you look at the different this bar, this is just a calculation example going from native forest here to more and more urbanized area, and how much the volume of water created changes. And then here is what would happen if you would introduce green roofs. And this is what the goal actually is. So basically, after urbanization, we, with water volume, the aim is to be where the native starting point was, so that each watershed would release as much water as it did before urbanization. And here, of course, when you understand, and then when you look at this, it's, for example, in this bar where there's like 100% of impervious, which is possible, then this is how much water, what is the water volume created. And these little bars are the addition that the climate change estimates give. So the climate change estimate, I think, is the same for Estonia as for Finland, is that there is an increase of rain intensities. So basically, this is to understand that if you want to prevent the urban floods and the challenges with water, is you design for as low imperviousness as possible. So you prevent the challenge. And of course, when you look at the challenge, climate change is a global topic, but you can still add carbon sequestration in urban landscapes. Land use change is a watershed scale challenge, and compensating structures are usually made at the local scale. And this is a quick view of a certain watershed. So here there is a site where this is a very urbanized site. This is the Helsinki airport. And a watershed that goes from one municipality to another and is released to a third one. And what happened is that this is the Salmon River, and it was found that the salmon only survived, the hatched salmon survived in this area. And none of them survived in this one. So salmon would spawn here, but no salmon would, the little ones wouldn't survive. And this was the only area where they survived. And the reason was that here there is a protected wetland, this one. And what was found out was that even it's urbanized area also upstream, the wetland would treat water quality so that the lower parts right here would support salmon young. So basically upstream, city border, the next municipality. And the result is that going from really poor water quality to really great. And this also shows the green is the level of low level of imperviousness and how it changes and will disappear. And these areas are over 25% imperviousness, where you consider that the stream is really adversely impacted, and well, biodiversity does poorly. So basically, this is only to illustrate imperviousness is very important. Is important in the negative way. Wetlands are very important, even the native wetlands, positive way, and collaboration between municipalities is important. So the governing borders also have to. I mean, you have to collaborate with the upstream and downstream areas, and do the protection sort of holistically. So. Okay, and wetlands. So wetlands are created for multiple uses. So in some urban areas, you create them to introduce, reintroduce infiltration of groundwater. In some places, you have floating wetlands where the urbanization is so heavy that you can't do anything else. Habitat, education, so stormwater management, and also wastewater management. These are the typical uses in urban areas. These are kind of global view from different countries. Here is the basic. So one thing that I wanted to show in this presentation is also for design of the wetlands, and how sometimes you do not. I mean, it's a technical biological landscape design mix, and you have to do them correctly, and if you don't do, you can also fail. And usually if you do things well, you end up with very strong ecosystem services and very cost efficiently. And the problem is that people use internet a lot to learn, and when you do that, you don't necessarily know which things fit to your climate, your site, and you copy things that are not perfect. So this is a picture that you usually see from stormwater wetland, and these were made by Tom Schuler in the 80s. And he also says that, so in his works at the Center for Watershed Protection in the States. So he also always says that don't look at my early pictures, but move on to what I do today. But anyhow, this is the basic concept that usually there is, so there is a pool, and there is a meander, and there is a pool, and there is some kind of a dam. And in this one, what is important? It's important to have an inflow pond, outflow pond, and a shallow wetland in between. But it doesn't have to be a meander. The importance is that when you have stormwater coming in to a constructed wetland, is that the water flow is met by a pool. So the flow energy goes down, and you will have a longer, and then you have a wider area. So you have a longer retention time. So the water stays in the designed area for a longer time. So it has longer time to be in contact with plants and microbes. Then at the outlet pool, you actually get out the organic debris that comes from the wetland. So you are not putting that into the receiving water. The dam you make is the one that defines the water levels in your wetland. And often in the internet, you see these solutions with pipes, but those are often for North American applications where water intensity is much higher than by us. So at least for Helsinki, the once in 100 years water rainfall intensity is once in 2 years in New York City. So basically, often they have structures that are meant to detain the flood waters, and that's why they have this kind of very constructed dams. But this is not a very ecological solution, and they also cause damage because when you narrow down the water, you get again eroding flows right downstream. So no, you don't do this in Finland or Estonia unless it's in a very constructed site where you have to do it. So you make bottom dams. Okay, and so meander is not necessary if it doesn't help the retention time, but shallow is necessary, deep is necessary, deep is necessary. And then the difference in water depths is necessary, because then by adjusting that, you get different herbaceous species, and then you get the different microbes and the biodiversity and the habitat. Okay, and then so this is the only picture I have of a stormwater swale, but this is the retrofit swale made so where you put water in from the street, and then you get vegetated areas with dams that slow down water movement, and then at the end you have another place where you can collect the leaves and so forth. So basically there are similar design things also for other stormwater structures, and similarities and differences, but now we are concentrating on wetlands in this presentation. And out of the challenges, so here's a challenge, urban challenge, urban watershed, where you have majority of the stream is underground. And then when you look at how to make nature-based solutions, so this was at the University of Helsinki campus, which is housing is here, or houses are here, and then there is the research farm, and then there is Natura 2000 wetland and the Baltic Sea. So this part only of the stream is open, and we wanted to first put the wetland here. Here are university buildings, and so this would have been perfect for the elevation where the water was underground and the space. And here, challenge was that the campus architect didn't want to have a wetland here, and she claimed that if you get native plants here, they will. First, her claim was that because behind here is test field for example, strawberries and birches and so research space. So she claimed that if we get the native plants here, they will the wetland plants will hybridize with the strawberries, and the research will go down. Well, then when we told her that this doesn't happen, then she said that if you have nature here, it will invite fauna, which will destroy everything here and on the campus. So then we couldn't do that. Then here, this is a city-owned place. So here, the problem was that the stream is 4 meters below ground in a pipe. So you couldn't do it there because technically, visually, wasn't possible. So this is how the campus mostly is. Stormwater, raised beds, and biodiversity is like this. But then the research farm person said that he would love to have a wetland here, so he gave a little lot here. And the farm head was a different one than the campus, so we could move on to, so here is the university like main campus, and this is what they got as a neighbor. And so this was built right after the this picture is right after the construction. So this is the first year, and now it's even more vegetated. But basically what you try to do is that with the designs, so here comes the stream, and it was divided in 3 parts and goes on. And what you need to convince people with is that the native fauna and the native vegetation is beautiful, even as it looks like it supports the local fauna as well. And this basically, this area now, here are the study fields, but this looks more or less from this, it's a jungle right next to the lawns. Okay, from that experiment to a more successful one. And this is more of a corridor and was designed as a corridor. And this is in municipality of Vihti, and this is a commuter, more or less a commuting suburbia for city of Helsinki. So it takes 45 minutes by bus to Helsinki center bus station. Here, this neighborhood, well, maybe it's a town, is located by a lake with poor water quality. And the poor water quality was the reason why they wanted to get also stormwater management. And first, the municipality wanted to do some tiny thing right here, and saying that to have their example of nature-based solutions. And then I said to them that, so it was really a small housing area here where they wanted to do the nature-based solutions. And when I looked at it, I said that, well, actually you have this large watershed, which is the major contributor of stormwater to the lake. So basically you always, even as you have somebody who says that where they want to get the nature-based solutions, you have to look where it's really most meaningful to make it. And here, so there's a stream, and the stream goes, this is the major part of the stream is already in a pipe. And when this process started, they were putting this part also into a pipe. So there was a design for putting it into a pipe in place and everything. And like here, right? They were building more houses and more pipes. And actually today they are building this area. So pretty much the entire area is now, well, currently they are building this area, but it's all urbanized. So what we could do was to halt this development. And I explained to them why this was bad, and the municipality changed. And we did this first project here, and it's right here that the first project was made. And it's this kind of stream bank stabilization. So we couldn't do a wetland because there was no space. So there was no space above ground and below ground. So you can see it's privately owned, no space, and there were pipes under here. So both underground and below and above ground structures restrict this thing. But we made it as a bank stabilization, biological one. So the stream was open. And then what we were able to do was that this part was so successful that the municipality changed the zoning, and the next part was made around the stream and going down here, and it actually went. It has gone all the way here, so it's now a wide urban park along the stream. So it was preserved as a corridor by zoning, and this also it meant that there was a change in zoning, because before this one was made, here also there was almost no space left for the stream. So it required this kind of changes. Then we started making the bigger wetlands, and this one was made in 2010, United Nations Year of Biodiversity, and the municipality decided that this is their what they do for the Year of Biodiversity, and we constructed this wetland. And it was actually later, so it was selected by Finland as a representative for the TEEP, the TEEP Nordic, United Nations representative of a site. And it's actually this year when we got the, last year when we got the sites where to visit nature places near Helsinki. This place has been listed as a place of nature to visit. A bus goes very close by. And now today, so this is urbanized, this is urbanized. This was some years ago, so it's really left, and this is also more urbanized. So, but it's been left in there. So it's this one, and after that one, we were able to make the next one, and that was done by a Life Plus project, and this was the first intervention. And here I will show you quickly pictures of, so you can look at them more detail later, but we did monitor the ecosystem services. So all these things show that, water quality in, out. We actually looked at the greenhouse gases, and in these different sections, we monitored the amphibians and so forth. Vegetation establishment was very fast. So we got triple herbaceous species in 3 years. Only thing that was done was changing the presence of water, different elevations and different spaces for water, but very rapid self-establishment. What it related to was carbon binding. So here you can only look, this is reference is a lawn, and these ones, all these are native herbaceous, different patches of herbaceous vegetation, so up to 10 times more than in a lawn. And these were a non-native species. So this is the Himalayan balsam. So native species, lawn, non-native species. So very important also for carbon sequestration and biomass, that is the basis for the food webs. Water quality, this is important. In 20 minutes difference, the volume changes, so there are very big differences, and you have to monitor. And this site, we monitored continuously, automatically by frequency of every 10 minutes. So lots of data, and this is how it shows. Rain, inflow, outflow. This is turbidity, I think, or suspended sediments. Yeah. So you can look at the difference, how the wetlands work. And this is just nothing else to say, but here you look every year. This is for phosphorus. More and more total phosphorus is retained in the wetland, and these ones show 2 different years, and these show that when people look at the water treatment, you need to look at both the relative, what is the percentage removed, and also the absolute, so kilograms removed. And what happens is that relatively, when there is little water moving, you get very high relative removal, and when there is much water moving, you get a lot of by kilograms, tons of, for example, phosphorus retained. And in this one, it's again that people, when you monitor, so you're supposed to monitor continuously, and there are only very few parameters that you can do this for. And for a lot of them, you don't even know. So you use some indicator compounds that you can look at. And this is how, what I said, here is inflow, outflow, and this is the shallow one. And these are the ones that at the outflow, you get organics, inflow, which I can't see myself now, you get the very coarse material, and for example, the heavy metals mostly go there. From there. And this is one thing. So this wetland, it's only 0.1% of its watershed, and usually the recommendation is between 1 and 5% for water treatment. And what we have learned is that even a small intervention is really a big intervention. Very, very important also for water quality, besides for other ecosystem services. And here we have a bird viewing tower, and as you can see, we also left different shrubs, and there is the different, like lot of meadow shrubs and also forested areas.
I'm sorry, Outi. I do have to say that if at all possible, please wrap up soon.
Okay, so that's like,
I'm very sorry.
The problem is that you get. I know that we're in the very end and we started very late. Yes. So this I think I could say this for biodiversity. Still, for amphibians, so we constructed these different sites for amphibians, and then we also could see in them in an urban area. So in an urban area, every time you invite biodiversity, then you end up with some challenge that some like you cannot invite endless amounts of biodiversity. And for us, we noticed that there was the challenge that came about to be is that we got a lot of amphibians come here from 0 to many, and then in the end, what happened was that there is not enough of hibernation sites. So 2 years ago, when there was a very difficult winter, then a lot of the amphibians apparently died. But basically, you can monitor the amphibians this way too. And this is what you needed to do, is to take care that you are not creating a sink habitat, but you are creating a site where it's safe passage for animals. And then important, what you have said, environmental education. And this is also that we also did ask people what they felt about these sites, and the green is positive response, and we were really surprised how very positively people understood the wetlands. And the most important for people was recreation in many ways, recreation and biodiversity, and then the understanding of water quality, which was the initial thing to look at, was not as well understood as these other things. I think I could actually even end in this one, because this was the other ones was how to do, and then there is actually, well, I guess I'm showing after that there is things that how you can how you should not do things, but maybe we can end up with the positive things. But it was really interesting to see how people perceived the wetlands when we asked them about it. So recreation and biodiversity is very important for local people, and they really embrace the new wetlands. But the more scientific things like how they treat water or what is the impact on climate change are not as important to local people, at least in our site.
Thank you very much, Outi. It's very nice to kind of learn from the examples and how you went by, because as I understand, there was a lot of discussions on the way and a lot of kind of lessons learned and a lot of flexibility on your side as well. But the results are very good to see. I do have a question coming in from the audience. Do you know what's the reason why non-native species don't participate so effectively in carbon sequestration?
Well, those ones, that one there was Himalayan balsam, and the Himalayan balsam is actually it's a really bad species because it's annual, and the Finnish plants or the herbaceous plants are perennial for the same site. So this is clay soil, and the herbaceous, well, they're you know, they grow longer. They have a stronger. They're much denser. They're just different. They're morphologically different plants. So Himalayan balsam is a very sort of. It grows much bigger, very fast, and it actually does suffocate the herbaceous plants. But it's very. The structure is very weak, I think, and it's only annual, so it completely dies. In the end of.
Well, thank you very much, Outi. You really made my day with your background as well. I do really like it, and your presentation was very interesting to follow.
Yeah.
We'll move on now to Tanel, Mätlik and Siim, Reinla, who will be presenting the UrbanStorm project in Viimsi. So Tanel, Mätlik as the lead coordinator for the project, and Siim as a communication specialist in Building and Utilities Department in Viimsi County. So I'll give you the word.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Okay, thank you. It was nice to see so many familiar faces already. So I'm here to talk about Live UrbanStorm project together with Mr. Tanel Mätlik, who is our project manager. You probably all know this, but still I think we have to begin with a short explanation of what happens with rainwater in natural environment and man-made urban environment. In natural catchment area, rain falls and some of it is infiltrated to recharge groundwater from ground, and some evaporates from vegetation and surface water. Some runs off from rivers. However, in urban catchment area, no infiltration to ground exists, and therefore no groundwater recharge is available. And also then in urban catchment area, there's a reduced evaporation. In urban environment, water simply moves by gravity assist to lowest possible point, therefore creating a rapid surface runoff. Therefore, urban environment needs stormwater systems to manage this surface runoff. So in Viimsi, we can say that we have a stormwater problem because we have thin soil layer, roughly on average 30 centimeters deep. Underneath it, there is a base blue clay layer with a depth roughly 80 meters. Base blue clay layer has low filtration model. That means that the water infiltrates really slowly through this base clay layer, or the infiltration is almost non-existent. This in turn means that in Viimsi Peninsula, rainwater has no natural path to infiltrate to ground. All in all, this means that there is a problem with rainwater in Viimsi, and this is the reason why we are constantly developing our stormwater systems. So why are we worried? Scientists say that we can expect an increase in temperature and precipitation. Some estimations even say that in the next 80 years, there will be 19% increase in precipitation. Temperature increase will mean more storms and therefore more rain. In conclusion, current future climate predictions combined with the expected increase in population in Viimsi say that stormwater management will be even more important in the near future. Also, we have to take into account that our current stormwater infrastructure is aging and it was not designed for future climate in mind. Therefore, we decided to create a project to prepare for climate change. And now Mr. Tanel Mätlik is going to talk about our project overall.
Thank you, Siim. And I very briefly will describe the project itself that we are currently implementing. Now, because of the problems Siim just mentioned, we decided already 3 years ago to develop this project proposal, which was then successfully financed also by the EU LIFE program. And the common objective of all activities is to increase this climate resilience of Estonian municipalities. So the target group is basically Estonian municipalities, especially the resilience to the flash flooding caused by the heavy rainfall. And we have four partners. Viimsi is a lead partner, but there are also 3 other Estonian partners: Estonian University of Life Sciences, Baltic Environmental Forum in Estonia, and also Tallinn City, more exactly the Department of Environment and Municipal Engineering Services. And we have now worked approximately 2 years or 2.5 years, and the end date is February 23. And what is included in the project itself, I will not describe them in a very long way, just the kind of types of actions that we have there. We have the analysis and mapping activities, among others. For example, for Tallinn City, we developed the stormwater fee financial model, but this model might be applied to other municipalities as well. The idea is to motivate financially the legal and private persons to collect and save stormwater and to construct the stormwater systems. Secondly, we have policy framework know-how increase activities. Among others, for Tallinn already, the strategy and action plan for climate change adaptation is already produced and submitted to the kind of approval in the city council. For Viimsi, I guess today or in the coming days, the draft strategy will be also submitted to the Viimsi Municipality Council. Plus also we plan to have the training sessions for municipalities there. So all current today's seminar participants from Estonian municipalities are very welcome to join. Then also we have the transfer and dissemination activities, like we plan to host the kind of visits to Viimsi, both from Estonia and outside. We are very happy to see the recently constructed demo sites of NBS. Plus also we plan to introduce the kind of benefits of NBS also to the designers, planners of urban areas. And finally, what we have, and where I give the floor back to Siim, is the innovation activities, including the new stormwater management system, which includes also the e-monitoring model, but also then the 2 pilot areas in Viimsi Manor Park and in 1 parking lot in the center of Viimsi. And with this, I will now finish, and I will give floor back to Siim.
Thank you. So now I'm going to talk about our 2 main activities, which I was asked to introduce today. So first, sustainable urban drainage systems. That's how we call them. As I can understand, today we're talking about the natural-based solutions. I think we can say that they're exactly the same thing, different name. But anyway, sustainable urban drainage systems mimic nature and typically manage rainfall close to where it falls. Suits can be designed to transport surface water and slow down runoff before it enters stormwater systems. So suits provide areas to store water in natural contours and can be used to allow groundwater to infiltrate into the ground or be evaporated. So comparing to traditional pipe systems, suits have a long list of benefits, ranging from better flood risk management to water quality management to improving biodiversity and ecology. So we decided to create 2 different sustainable urban drainage system test areas in Viimsi. Here you can see a map where those 2 test areas are. So if anyone knows Viimsi, they perhaps know where those two test areas are. However, before we start talking about our test areas, we have to talk where and how, because before designing sustainable urban drainage solutions, you have to analyze what are the problems in the area and what problem can arise in the future. Also, you have to analyze other factors such as geological, hydrogeological, and existing stormwater systems in the area. Here you can see part of our analysis. We analyzed 1 sub-watershed and found out that all water flows to Viimsi Manor Park because it is the lowest point in the whole area. So yeah, on the right, you can see part of our water flow analysis. Park also suits for creating sustainable urban drainage system because there is already existing stormwater systems in the area, consisting of ditches and drainage pipes. Also important here is that the municipality is a landowner in the park. This means that we can build necessary solutions in this park. Additionally, there was already existing problem with the rainwater in the park, So it was a good place to build our first test area. We believe that for a sustainable urban drainage system to be successful, it has to be thought out and there has to be previous analysis before you start building it. So our first sustainable urban drainage system test area is Viimsi Manor Park. Like I said, it was chosen because all water from regional watershed flows through park and it is lowest part of it. Park also provides natural environment for water to infiltrate to ground. Like I said, its suits is all about mimicking nature. Also, there is enough space in park for different solutions. Also, park was chosen because there were existing problems with stormwater runoff. Basically, we decided to reconstruct existing main ditch and add different beneficial features from stormwater management perspective to it. On the right, you can see our first ideas about Manor Park sustainable urban drainage system, and test site itself is already also marked in red. Key in Manor Park sustainable urban drainage system is delaying water flow and therefore slowing down runoff time. It means that if we even out water flow during heavy rainfall, then subsequent stormwater pipes will not be overloaded. Rainwater will not reach it in one short moment and the flow will be evened out. In Manor Park, we use different measures in order to reduce speed of water runoff and create a detention basin. 6 different measures were used. Also, existing ditch was cleaned and bushes were cut down around it. Old existing ditch was made wider, and additionally, different species of plants were planted around the Manor Park test area. So I'm going to give you a short overview of different features that were used to create Manor Park sustainable urban drainage system. First feature in the beginning of the ditch were stones in order to reduce water flow speed. Also, stones help with oxidizing water, and large stones were also placed in order to create path for moving over ditch. Second feature was a small waterfall. Again, it slows down water and therefore removes the existing erosion problem in this area of the ditch. Waterfall also means the ditch has more flatter profile, which again slows down the water speed in this ditch area. Next feature was rapids. Rapids have steeper profile, therefore slopes had to be reinforced in this part. Reason for this rapid area is that the existing ditch had already a rather steep profile here, so we needed to find a solution here. Also, what is nice here is that the rapids also bring out water flow noise, what people usually like. Then we created into existing area a platform and detention pond. Pond was created for purpose of again creating this detention area. Basically, the detention pond is an artificial pond with vegetation around the perimeter, and it includes a permanent pool of water in its design. It is used to manage stormwater runoff, to prevent flooding and downstream erosion, and improve water quality in adjacent ditch. Platform was created for recreational purposes, so people have a place to spend time near this our solution. And also it's rather privately in the park, so it's a nice private place for people to visit. Then downstream we created a dam or a crossing point. Basically, this is a point where people can move from one side to another, and also the pipe under crossing point is quite high, so the water flow from the pond is always controlled, and there won't be too much water running from here if there is strong rain. And our last feature was a small log barrier that was dug into the ditch. So again, to slow down runoff speed from this point on. For next, I'm going to talk about our second test area, Randvere Street parking lot. For those that don't know that, then there is a large demand for parking spaces in Haapnemme. However, traditional parking lots areas are rather bad from stormwater management perspective because they create large surfaces with non-permeable surfaces. So traditionally, water has to be led by vertical planning into wells in parking lots. However, this means in case of heavy rain, you will direct quantities of large water into stormwater at once. Therefore, there will be a really high chance of overload. So we decided to challenge ourselves to find sustainable solution for parking lot. We came up with the idea to create Suits parking lot. We decided to test properties of 3 different permeable surfaces. So again, the aim of this parking lot is to mimic natural water movement. So here you can see in picture almost finished parking lot that is today finished. There is 3 distinct different areas. Here you can see where my mouse points, there is a drainage asphalt area. Here is a paving stone area. And here this is grass stone area. Each material has its own drainage system with flow monitors underneath to measure how fast and how much water is coming through each different permeable surface. Basically, this means we divided parking lot into 3 different sub-catchment areas. Also, we should note that the driving area in middle of parking lot is made from asphalt made of garbage. So it's we have reused existing materials, and this is sustainable. Also, small trees and plants were planted around parking lot to make it more natural looking and create better environment. On the east side, on east side of parking lot, we also created large ditch to where the water was directed and from which stormwater is led to main pipe underneath the road. You can see on top of the picture. Large ditch also acts as the detention basin if it's necessary and if there are heavy rains. So here you can see cross section of our parking lot. As you can see, we could not risk not giving parking lot incline to the ditch. Because in winter, the parking lot surface could freeze, which would be dangerous for pedestrians and car drivers. Note that there is a geomembrane under the sand layer with incline to the drainage pipe in order for water to be collected to the drainage pipe. Geomembrane is a basic layer from which water cannot infiltrate through, and therefore it was used to direct water to this drainage pipe. So you may ask why we have drainage pipes underneath a permeable surface. As you remember, Viimsi Peninsula has clay-based layer. That means if we will not direct water away, it will simply gather underneath parking lot and therefore make the surface unstable, and in time it will destroy this parking lot rather fast. So we believe that if you do not have non-permeable base layer, then you should not need this drainage system underneath. But for our purposes, we decided to create this drainage system underneath this parking lot. Also, in this picture, you can see this monitoring well. Each free permeable surface areas has their own monitoring well through which we are monitoring how much the water or how fast the water is flowing through there. So here's the sample data from those 3 flow meters in the parking lot. Currently, it seems to us that drainage asphalt has faster infiltration properties than paving stone or grass stone. However, in order to truly find out the best solution, we have to have much longer test period than we currently have. which is less than a year. So it is possible that drainage asphalt will lose some of its infiltration properties, and also at least construction workers, road construction workers, were worried about how long it will last without repair. So this is a short overview of our two test sites. So now I will introduce to you our stormwater management system that is currently in development. Problem is that we have no real-time overview of what is going on with our stormwater systems. So in order to get a better overview, we decided that management system was needed. Our concept is that the management system combines geodetical data about existing stormwater systems with real-time flow meter data, weather data, and sea level data. First, we had to choose 4 catchment areas that we will monitor in real time because we decided to build 4 monitoring stations, flow monitoring stations. Those catchment areas were chosen so that they would represent different types of catchment areas in Viimsi, meaning urban, rural, and semi-rural catchment areas. This system, this stormwater management system, will also serve as a platform for all further developments regarding stormwater monitoring. Also, it should be noted that we are integrating this stormwater management system with our in development municipalities GIS-based register. So, what does it consist? Stormwater management system has a stormwater monitoring module, which shows 4 measuring stations data. 4 measuring stations are in east side of Viimsi Peninsula and 1 in north side. The stormwater monitoring stations show us flow rate, water level, and flow speed in each of those flow monitoring stations. Here we can see that on 26th May, the flow rate was 580 cubic feet of water per hour. The water level was around 66 centimeters, and flow speed was 0.3 meters per second. That was during the 26th May, 4:15. So there was, as you can see in this picture, there was quite heavy rain, and our stormwater monitoring systems shows in real time the flows and other properties at that time. So here I'm showing you our map model concept. Basically, it displays all the pipes, and it shows us what type of pipes there are. It also shows ditches, wells, and other relevant parts of stormwater system. Also here we will have ability to see what diameter different pipes have, when those pipes or ditches were built, when they were last time cleaned, and etc. Also, we will have ability to have some sort of notes here, so I can, as a system manager, I can always have myself here a note. For example, this part of ditch needs to be cleaned next year or something like that. Then we will have a weather station model. Basically, we have 4 weather stations around Viimsi, which show us precipitation, temperature, humidity, wind speed, and air pressure. And it updates data in every 10 minutes, meaning it will send its data to us in every day 10 minutes. Also, this can display current weather on maps in our previous map module, and if necessary, shown as a graph, just like shown in here. And our last feature that I'm going to introduce to you is our alarm module feature. basically alarm function is built upon water level within the pipe in those water monitoring stations. We will have 3 alarm levels. Third alarm level is when the pipe is 50% filled. Second alarm level is when pipe is 75% filled. And first alarm level will be when the pipe is 100% filled. And system will give a system operator always alarm to email or SMS message if there's some sort of alarm. Also, additionally, a function is developed that will take into account the amount of rainfall in recent future, and system compares them to expected amount of water in pipe compared to measured amount of rain or of water. If measured water level in pipe is much lower than amount of measured rainfall suggests, then alarm will activate, because this will likely mean that upstream of a measuring point is an obstruction in stormwater system. That is also the reason why we needed to have weather stations in our system. So this was really short overview of our development activities in this project. However, I'm just shortly saying something about our upcoming project events. In 9th this month, we are going to have a transfer replication workshop for municipalities on suits, in where we can talk about more in detail about our sustainable urban drainage systems. And also here is a registration link for those that are interested. And 15th and 16th June, we will have an online presentation about climate change adaptation strategies and financial model of stormwater fee that Tanel briefly talked about at the Covenant of Mayors Investment Forum Energy Efficiency Marketplace. And in autumn, we are having training courses, first for municipality specialists, and secondly for engineers, architects, planners, and etc. And further news for our project you will find at our project website that is brought out here. Also, we have some other information about the test areas and other analysis. So for those that are interested, I think you will find some good materials from there. And that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I really don't want to delay people's lunch very much, so I'll stick to one question at this point. A lot of the previous presentations brought out kind of social and educational parts of their interventions. How have you kind of solved this? Is there an educational part? Is there kind of more social aspects to this project?
Yes. We have had quite many articles in the local media and national media. We also are creating the series of brochures or leaflets to be handed out in different events. And also we have planned at least one family event in our sustainable urban drainage system test areas. So we have thought about those things, but today we just didn't have time to talk about those things.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I don't want to give you so little time for lunch. So if we can all agree to come back here at 1:15, we'll have a panel discussion. And I hope many of you will come back, or even all of you will come back, because considering the lineup, I don't think you would really want to miss it. And you have my full permission to even eat while we talk. So well, not for the panelists, but those listening. Thank you, and see you again at 1:15. To our seminar on nature-based solutions. I hope you had a great lunch, and if you're still having it, I hope you're still enjoying it. But we'll go ahead now with a panel discussion today, and looking at how to really make the nature-based solutions a real cornerstone of how we create our cities, how we live in our cities, and how we interact with the environment. We have a full set of panelists. with us today, and we have set things up in a way that everyone has a maximum, and I really hope you can keep to that maximum of 10 minutes to introduce yourselves and how your views on the topic. Some have also set up some PowerPoint presentations because we are talking about quite a visual topic today, and after that we'll go into a discussion. We have also, like I said in the previous presentations, we have a system set up on our launch page where you can submit questions to our panelists as well. So hopefully you will use that chance. But we'll start off with Tuul Sepp, who is an associate professor of animal ecology in the University of Tartu, and she studies anthropogenic. It's a very hard word to say for some reason for me. Anthropogenic evolutionary change, focusing on the effects of urbanization and pollution on wild animals. So I give the word to you.
Okay, thank you. Hello, I am an animal ecologist and also evolutionary biologist, which means that I study the relationship between animals and the environment that they live in. My main research topics are urbanization, effects on birds, and the impact of pollution on aquatic animals. I have studied urbanization in one of the fastest growing cities of the world, Phoenix in Arizona, and found that there are many similarities between the ways humans and birds use the cities and adapt to life in the cities. Currently, I'm back in Estonia and I'm focusing on studying how fish in the Baltic Sea adapt to living in a polluted environment. But science outreach and working closely with practical nature conservation and also urbanization projects is really high on my priorities list. Understanding evolution and natural selection helps us both in nature conservation and designing better living spaces for people. In my view, actually, people are just another animal species. And accordingly, the environment where biodiversity cannot flourish, cannot survive, is also very bad for human species. We can see it, for example, in increased stress levels of people living in the cities, all the health problems caused by air and light pollution, changes in microbiome, as mentioned already earlier, and accumulation of chemical pollution in our tissues. Biodiversity can therefore actually be used as an indicator of an environment that is good for people. As mentioned before, a big problem with implementing these nature-based solutions is public opinion. For example, the fear of parasites like ticks or predators that might arrive in urban environment with biodiversity. This fear is evolutionarily very old, as parasites and predators have been a big threat to our ancestors, to the survival of humans throughout our evolutionary history. Today, however, many more people get sick and die because of pollution and allergies and autoimmune diseases and so on, other problems caused by this environmental mismatch, living in an environment for which our species has not adapted. And in my opinion, the cities currently are such an environment. But since these threats that we now see in the urban environment are very novel from the evolutionary sense, we have not had the time to develop these adaptations for recognizing these threats and avoiding these threats. So we have to be really aware of the things that are bad for us, not only parasites and predators, but also all the anthropogenic changes in the environment. So, accordingly, understanding these evolutionary background and ecological principles allows us to not only understand and communicate the needs of biodiversity in urban environment, but also to appreciate all the benefits that nature can provide for the cities. So losing contact with this wilderness in the cities brings along such a myriad of problems that just keep increasing. To name a few, for example, urban heat islands, loss of pollinators, impoverished plant and animal communities, accumulation of pollution in air, soil, water, and all the broken water and nutrient cycles. For example, as I study birds, when looking at bird communities, urban ecosystems are dominated by a few species that are called urban exploiters, such as crows or jackdaws or gulls. And cities have tried to get rid of these birds to scare them away or to find some other places where they can be relocated. But it is actually impossible as long as the urban ecosystems are broken as they are. Urban environment that supports a wide range of bird species will naturally manage the abundance of these so-called nuisance species through processes, ecological processes like competition or predation. For example, a biodiverse green area can support a wide variety of birds as competitors, and having more older trees in the cities can bring in cavity nesting species like owls, who act as predators for other birds. And it only gets better from here. So increasing biodiversity in green areas and connecting urban green areas with green corridors not only heals these broken urban animal communities and ecosystems, but also cools the cities, reduces pollution levels and noise, restores these water and nutrient cycles, provides natural pest control and pollinator services, improves health of the citizens, and so on. It is just amazing how many benefits can arise from such simple solutions. We can imagine the lack of nature-based solutions in the city as like a spiral going downward, where problems and expenses keep increasing in unseen levels and directions. However, turning it around will result in an upward spiral of benefits by ecosystem services. Nature in the cities brings along solutions even to problems that we perhaps did not even start out to solve. With all these exciting pilot projects that we already heard about in the before lunch break, but also in Tartu and Tallinn, but also in many other cities all over Europe, I just cannot wait to see where we will end up. We just have to remember that when biodiversity wins, urban citizens also win. And by my experience, I can say that the urban ecologists and the other scientists have studied these problems and solutions for urban environment for decades now. And we are really eager to put this knowledge into action. So I really encourage a closer collaboration between scientists, local governments, and urban planners to make the best of this vast scientific knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Andro Mänd, who is the president of the Estonian Association for Architects and has also come up with a lot of these discussions in a broad sense with different planning and also work with municipal government. So Andro, the floor is yours.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Could we start with the video first? Okay, hello. As Ivo already said, and I'm Andro Mänd, I'm the president of the Estonian Association of Architects. And the reason why I started my presentation with the opening scene of Tallas is that it vividly shows the views and like the understanding and desire from the 70s, desires about the city planning and so on. And so we saw those huge highways, high-rise buildings with made of glass, concrete, and steel, and so on. And of course, there is no space for nature-based solutions. And but now I'm gonna share my screen as well. Okay, and here you can see a picture that carries the same ideology as we just saw in the Dallas opening team video. That we have on this picture, there are also those huge highway spaghettis surrounded by parking lots and filled with commuters. But it's not from the 70s. It carries the same ideology, but it's not from the 70s. It's just few years old. It's in Haberste, this spaghetti world, and it cost approximately 20 million euros. And but it's not needed by the citizens of Tallinn. It's built because of this urban sprawl that we have had during the, previous 2 decades. And so basically every day, 21,000 commuters use this spaghetti world. And they are not coming from the city of Tallinn. And like a few decades ago, all this area around Tallinn, it was filled by farming land and forest. And now we can see here the result. It's this American dream without any architectural quality, without any biodiversity or anything. There are no nature-based solutions or anything. It's a desert. You can see there is just this 5 centimeters high lawn, and that's it. And it's overall problem there. And if we compare this living environment there with this, what we had or what we built on the 70s, on the year 1978, this Dallas soap opera was aired, and on the same year, Lasnamäe district was founded. And if we compare this Lasnamäe district with this, then there is no difference. It's exactly the same desert. And the only difference is height, probably. The height is the only difference. And I guess that in this case, what we see on this picture, it's because they are so low, because according to the regulations, you have to have an elevator in every house if it's higher than 4 floors. But yeah, so we haven't learned anything. We are still repeating the same steps and same mistakes, what the city planners did almost half a century ago. And now let's go from the year 1978 to 1888. This is Wild West, Dodge City, Kansas. And this is Wild West in Harjumaa, Viimsi, 2021. And so you can see that there's no difference. It's exactly the same module. And you do not see any nature-based solutions or biodiversity. And so that's why I'm really glad that Siim Reinla gave his presentation today. It was really good presentation. And I have to say that over many years, it was the first positive sign from Viimsi parish. It's this parking lot or test site. It looked very interesting, good. But here you can see the same area now. And the sad thing is that it's just this city center, it's just 15 maximum, around 15 years old. And before that, it was basically covered by nature. And now we can see that it's just huge metal boxes. In front of those, there are huge parking areas. And then that's it. There is no this good city space for people and not for animals or birds and so on. So here we can see the area for cars. Here we can see paved areas. So this is the city center of Viimsi. It's officially it's parish, but if you compare their population with other cities, then we can say that it's actually a city. And in Viljandi, they have theater, they have outdoor cafes, parks, so on. In Viimsi, we do not see it in the city center. Yeah, there is this manor park, but that's it. So I really hope that it will change one point in Viljandi as well. And now if we try to think that why the city planning still is like it was 50 years ago, then there are many reasons, but one and quite important reason is that if we compare this hierarchy pyramid in our cities, like on the 1990s, in almost all the Estonian cities, of course, the head is the mayor. And then on the second level, there are deputy mayors. And on the 1990s, city architect was on this deputy mayor's position in almost all the Estonian cities. And now, if we compare it with the situation right now, then the city architects, they are not in the second row, they are not even in the third row, but they are already in the fourth row. So they do not have any position anymore in city structure. So those decisions, how we should plan our cities, are done above them on the political level. And this is the reason, one of the reasons, why we are still following those old patterns from the 70s and from the 60s, and why it's so complicated to make changes. And because the position of city architect, like no one, once upon a time, the city architects like Engel or Siim, they created cities and the city space and all the surroundings and parks and so on. It's not like this anymore, because just with few decades, the city architects have been moved from deputy mayor level to office clerk level, whose only purpose is to proceed projects done by developers, not by the city government by themselves anymore. So there's no space for visions anymore in our cities. And just to show why it is vital to have high-level architects in city structure, here it's just to compare two professions. We all know, it's this common knowledge, we all know that medical doctors, that it takes years to become a medical doctor. And so here you can compare now medical doctors and architects. Both have to study minimum 5 years at the university. Then medical doctors, they have to do 1 year practice and 4 to 5 years residency. For architects, you have to study minimum 5 years, then you have to practice 3 years, and during this period you are only allowed to design private houses, and then you can apply to the upper level 7, and then you have to practice more 5 years, and then you can reach the upper level 8. So it took altogether, it took 13 years to become this highly qualified architect. And right now, if you invest so much time, so much effort into your education and skills, then you are not interested anymore after that to become a city clerk in some kind of office without any position, and you cannot make any decisions. And that's the reason why right now in Estonia, we don't have any level 8 architects working in public sector. And that's the reason, because they do not go anymore. On the 90s, the top architects, I don't know, Vilen Künnap, Irina Raud, who were then on the top, they worked in public sector. Nowadays, no one goes there because politicians have hijacked the city planning and the city architect's position. And that's the reason why we are still in the 1970s. That's one of the reasons why it's so hard to change the way of thinking in our cities and also in other municipalities. And so I hope that it will change, but I can see that there's still a problem that professionals do not have the position anymore in public sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another thing that has gone worse, I'm afraid, since the 70s, that the TV theme songs have gotten worse. The theme song for Dallas did bring it good memories as well, even though the visuals were not so pleasing. Next up, we have Karin Bachmann, who is a landscape architect and doctoral student in the Estonian Academy of Arts.
Yes, I'm from Kino, and our main long-term goal has been in our projects find the ways how to grow the level of biodiversity, especially in the cities. And now I'm introducing the project we finished some time ago. The architect of this environment building is Kava office. And this environment building will be a house where all the institutions which are somehow dealing with the environment or nature are gathered in one house, actually 3 houses, but one institution. It's not moving. Okay. Yeah, well, the position of this house and this environment around it, it shows very clearly that this outdoor space has to connect the sea and the park across the road, and it has a very important role in the greenery system. So this work has been, we had some main questions, what do we want to solve with this project, and so how can landscape architecture influence peak processes, or what are this main tasks we have to solve, or what is this main purpose of this place? So these changes are important in every level, in scale and level, even small scale, and we all have to deal with the global changes, and global changes in some point has been started from local decisions, and we also have to deal with them in a local level. We can't solve the global problem, but we can deal with locally with our pollinators, our rainwater, our soil degradations and biodiversity loss. And this is the main task of this project, to create a place that takes all these aspects into account. And this kind of holistic approach, first of all, it is like a question of morality. Are we only seeing our work or this kind of places from not only from the anthropocentristic perspective, or we will have a wide biocentristic approach? And this environmental house, it's like a role model. It has to be a role model. It's all these systems are very nature-based solutions, and so this environment, outdoor space, also has to be like value offered to the society. It has to be like example, and these changes will take off if this kind of big institution shows these good examples. This initiative might come from the grassroots, but change starts when someone big shows the example. The outdoor space of this environment building is composed with, we call them citations from Estonian nature. So we use vegetation site types that we have created here in this environment, and we use them in a context where if people see them there, they will later on recognize them also in the nature maybe, or they can relate to it. Well, as you can see from this, we use quite of typical Estonian site types that have this, are quite easily recognizable. For example, this rich paludified grassland, and they all also have their special goals. This paludified grassland, for example, works as a biggest rainwater, works with this water. All this house and the environment around it also absorbs everywhere the rainwater. Well, there are the examples how they look in the nature, and we where they are placed around the house, they all have their special places. For example, limestone vegetation is on the wall of the Nature Museum, and there are also places for birds to nest, which we worked out with a bird ecologist. One closer look to the one example from site type. This is like a main square park. And this works as an exhibition area also. We here use only Estonian native tree and bush species, so people can know them again or start learning them again. And with this square park, we try to redefine the terms like representative or dignified. I mean, normally it means that when you have this main square, it means that square is covered with the stones and very short grass and maybe very extravagant plants. But this square, we only use our most common local plant communities to pay attention to the real values, like wilderness or nativity. And for building this square, we use already used man-made materials from this building site or from somewhere else. Also to show that very huge amount of materials in the world already are man-made materials. We have to reuse them and reuse them, otherwise it will just cover our space. And these materials, we put them in a way that they can create microplaces to every kind of biodiversity in every scale. And this is a main square for this very human-centered building, but the human in this outer space is like kind of equal to the other species, not the most important one. And this is courtyard, whereas we use the house itself uses the sun and the light, and we use every kind of small spaces where other species can nest or live, and this courtyard is kind of developing itself. The people in the nature museum or in all this house, they can decide how do they want this to grow, like more trees, or they will cut it in once in a year. So this landscape is like machine, or people can see how it changes in every year, even how it changes during the months. So it lives in the nature rhythm. Yeah, and well, this is overall view. Thank you.
Next we have Bart Stoffels, who is, his expertise is rooted in climate adaptation, and the aim is generally to cross the borders to biodiversity, mobility, health, and energy transition. So he will give his view.
Yes, thank you very much. Let me put this on full screen. There we go. Yes, thank you for inviting me. I was asked to give a little reflection on the Netherlands practice, mainly from the viewpoint of governments and, let's say, the driving forces behind nature-based solutions, rather than the solutions themselves. Just to get warmed up, I did a little comparison about our two countries. We're both small countries. Netherlands is much more populated, so that gave me some optimistic view on Estonia, considering if you have a smaller population, network connections are easier, governance is easier. But I have to admit, Andro's presentation made me a little less optimistic about the possible benefits of being a small country. For the rest, cultural connections. If you ever have a chance to visit Amsterdam, it's nice to know that we have a Narva island, and that's actually named after the wood imports from Estonia. So talking about nature-based solutions, let's say your nature has been literally the base of our solutions, because Amsterdam is mainly constructed on wooden poles, foundations. So very important connections, I would say. In the Netherlands, we have three main drivers for having more nature-based solutions in cities: climate adaptation, health, mobility, and biodiversity. I will tell a little bit about each of them. So mainly we're trying to get a movement going on from left to right to have more natural solutions for extreme weather, whereas we're now a victim of floodings more and more, especially in summer. We have to make a shift in mobility towards healthier. Of course, we're already a cycling culture country, but even then we can improve day by day. And we actually need more green public space as well as private space to the benefits of biodiversity. Let's say in our governance, all these things happen on a local government level, cities, provinces, and then we also have water authorities. But there's also national policies, and they have to be a coherent and strength combination, a strong combination. Let's see how that works. We have a Ministry of Infrastructure and Water Management. These people are in charge of water, but they don't really deal with heat stress and let's say the green interventions needed for heat stress. On the side of agriculture, nature, and food quality, that's really a ministry about the rural areas. They don't really deal with cities, actually. Then we have a Ministry of Health, Welfare, and Sport. They are in charge of health, but they have very little program about healthy environment programs, prevention. So there's work to be done. Then we have Ministry of Interior, but they don't really in charge of the finance, because all the finances, most of the finances have been delegated to local governments. So they can make policies, but they have little financing possibilities. Economic Affairs does have a lot of finance possibilities, but they focus on the energy transition. And all the cities really need a more integrated strategy from our national government to be able to realize more nature-based solutions. So what we witness is a gap between local practices. Sure, there's lots of interesting pilots, experiments that you can see in our cities, but there's also actually a gap in getting to our long-term goals, 2030, 2050. And in order to build bridges in this gap, we need platforms, basically. I had the chance to be part of 3-4 of these platforms. And mainly the way of working is that we build public-private coalitions of the willing, organizations that really want to make a difference. Then we stimulate local actors to engage. How can cities learn from one another, but also how can real estate developers learn from each other? Once that is going on, that we identify obstacles and success factors that we can upscale in order to get more greening done in much more cities. A few examples of how these platforms work. We work with city deals. That's, let's say, our way of working on the European urban agenda. I was part of the Climate Adapt Together platform, founded in 2018, still runs a couple of years. And these are some other examples that I wasn't really part of, but are important to mention, maybe all about health. Focus on the health prevention part of the nature-based solutions and the finances, Sustainable Finance Lab. So out of these 4 examples, I will tell a little bit about 2 of them. We had a city deal on climate adaptation with 10 Dutch cities in the Ministry of Infrastructure and Water Management. You can also watch our video if you'd like. I set the link in the presentation. And we mainly develop tooling and more, let's say, more engagement in climate adaptation in cities. And one of the things that we delivered in this 4 or 5 years program is strategies for real estate development. For example, how do public commissioners, such as the municipalities, commission if they want real estate development to be climate adaptive and nature inclusive, both at the same time? From the commissioning side, you want to work with a set of demands, and from the market side, you want to leave creativity for architects to come up with the right solutions. So that's kind of the set of ingredients that we set in a roadmap. How can public and private be smarter in their cooperations to realize more nature inclusive real estate? The building on the right side is nearly done. It's going to be quite spectacular how that looks. And the building on the left side is the floating pavilion of the Global Center on Climate Adaptation in Rotterdam. Another city deal is the one on value of green blue urban structures. So we all know that adding more green in cities has a lot of benefits on housing prices, on health, on social value, etc. But how do you actually calculate them? So we developed tools and we integrated some tools that already existed into one new overall tool that really helps calculate the benefits. And now you see on the left upper side, you see the city of Dordrecht. They use this tool to improve a larger green structure in the city with an investment program of 17 million. Another example platform, Climate Adapt Together. So this was mainly focused on climate adaptation. Multidisciplinary, we accelerate solutions, stimulate exchange of experience, etc. Public and private as well. And one nice example is probably the Knock Out the Tiles competition that we helped to set up. It's actually municipalities competing each other who can knock out the most tiles in a couple of months in this season from March to September. And whoever wins gets full attention and so on. The idea behind this, if you set up a competition, you stimulate the municipalities on their local level to start working together with the garden shops, with the landscaping companies, etc. So they, in no time, they generate local coalitions to be the winner of this competition. So that's nice to see. That's just one example. With this platform, we have more initiatives like these, but there's not enough time now to treat more. And my last example is it's probably sort of the next step for the Dutch cities to start finding more integrated solutions. Because if you have a mobility shift and the energy transition and the need for more healthy, biodiverse environment, and you want to do all these things combined, that's a big shift for how municipality organizations work, how they finance, how they exchange data, how they design, etc., etc. So we have this new city deal to be, let's say, to get more competent in all of these integration aspects. So these were some examples. Hopefully they inspire you to get organized, basically. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Ragne, who is the head of Environmental, Social and Government at LHV, a bank in Estonia.
Hi, everyone. You're probably wondering why is someone from a bank speaking at a seminar that talks about nature-based solution. Well, I don't have a specific project to introduce or generally to show any visuals, but I will just briefly touch upon the issues of corporate sustainability and why sustainability and the green issues and nature issues in general are relevant in the context of finance, banking, and just very simply put, moving money and kind of facilitating funds and capital. So as mentioned, my name is Ragne. I am leading the ESG and corporate sustainability activities at LHV. LHV is the biggest domestic financial group here in Estonia. We also have a business in the UK, but in Estonia we run a very traditional banking service. We have an asset management, we have an insurance company, and the kind of the traditional bank offering services to and in Estonia. On the UK side, we also currently have a business running. On the UK side, we're working with global fintechs and big fintech startups, and we're offering them the traditional banking infrastructure there and kind of helping them to be more innovating on the payment operations side. And we're currently working on a banking license on the UK side as well to kind of expand our horizons. We are a very kind of Estonian-based bank currently. We have a very global ambition, and now we also have a very sustainability kind of focused ambition. sustainability is not a new topic in finance. If you look at banks and financial services providers in Scandinavia, or even Central Europe, or the US, or Australia, for example, you can see that banks have kind of looked at sustainability and environmental social government issues for decades now. But when we look at the banking sector in Estonia in general, and being in an Estonian bank, we only have kind of touched upon the issues of environmental and social issues for the past 2 years. So 2 years ago, we didn't really do anything on the corporate sustainability field, but we launched our ambition kind of a year and a half, 2 years ago. Because we're seeing the obvious pressures, right? There's a lot of regulatory pressure when it comes to sustainable finance, and there's a lot of societal pressure as well, and generally pressure from consumer behavior. I mean, the economy generally is changing, the perspective is changing, what is important, what is not, and what is smart financially moving forward. And as the kind of the main activity of a bank is to foresee risk and kind of manage risk and see potential in investments and companies they give capital to, risk management in general is moving towards the fact that you also need to look at risks deriving from the environmental factors and the nature and then the environment in general. So kind of seeing the big picture also from the side of the environment is a very big thing that banks kind of have to get used to moving forward. And we have kind of learned to deal with it as well. So generally speaking, when talking about what's going on in the environment, when you're talking about a bank, it's all actually bottom line is managing risks and actually being able to measure yourself, what your effects and impacts are in the environment. And generally speaking, the effects of a bank to the environment are the effects and impacts of its clients and its investments. So when talking about corporate sustainability, generally what I would like to bring into the table when we're moving forward to the discussion in the panel round is, I think, two things. On one side, it's generally talking about green capital and capital flows and sustainable finance in general. And on the other side, it's the cultural shift and the kind of the change management that needs to happen within an organization to become more greener and to become more conscious of your surroundings. And if we are discussing the topics more further in the panel, then I think I also have a lot of experiences to share and influence in people, because starting kind of the sustainability track within a bank, it's still a pretty traditional field. It's a pretty traditional sector to be operating in, and kind of getting more green and conscious in your operations. It generally means you need to start affecting the people first. That you need to start facilitating the sustainability mindset first, and only then can you really talk about managing your impacts and actually doing good and having a positive effect on the environment. So yeah, and I think that's it for me right now. I know I might be bringing in a different viewpoint, but I'm very excited to kind of see where the discussion leads us in the panel round. So thank you from this side.
Thank you very much. Getting towards the panel round, next we have Pärtel-Peeter, who is an urban strategist and a politician. So we are moving towards the cities now.
Hi. Thanks for having me. My name is Pärtel. I'm an urban strategist and a management consultant, and I worked in the Nordic countries for a number of years advising cities on attractiveness, so how to attract talents, investors, and how to become a smarter, more sustainable city, because all of these things are connected because in order to attract talents, so if you imagine startups needing talent, international talent everywhere, the living environment plays a huge and an ever increasing role in that. That is why we see Nordic capitals and others in Europe putting all into play that they have when they market themselves to talents. So they put forward the living environment that they offer. So the 9 to 5 o'clock work offer is one thing that the startups take care of. But what happens during the 5 to 9 o'clock? What's the living environment for you and your spouse, your partners, your children? So all of these things are connected, and I've had the pleasure of working with these things. And I'm a great admirer of architecture because my father's an architect. And I think I'll live to regret my decision not to study architecture because it plays also, I think, it plays a vital role in our living environment in this decade, in the age of climate crisis. But also, as we saw from Andro's presentation, and we can see everywhere, architecture is also decreasing in its role, which is regrettable. So what I would like to bring to the table, I have no presentation. I would simply like to make a few remarks and hope to have a great discussion with you. I'm also a politician, and my concern is that politicians are not moving themselves anywhere, not in this country, not in this city. And I think we may be well seeing a new culture war, as The Economist has put it. So with the age of climate crisis and sustainability and more bicycles and less coal and more CO2 neutrality, we will see the issues rising between big cities where you don't produce coal anyway, and expect to get everything green and sustainable and then you have the smaller towns where they used to produce coal. So there will be these differences, right, which will be distorted artificially even more by politicians. So if the right-wing extreme politicians to the left and right have now forgotten the migration crisis that haunted Europe a few years ago, then people have developed some sort of a fatigue from that. That's in the past now, and the new thing will be the shift towards a more greener, sustainable urban future. So there's that real risk, or no matter what level you look at. The municipal level in your city, especially here in Tallinn, the national level, probably wherever you may be, especially definitely here in Estonia, and then you have the European, the global context. I liked very much what Andro said, and especially his opening credits with Dallas. So if urban sprawl was the modus operandi for urban growth after the war in the 1950s, 60s in the States, we've seen this after the Soviet occupation in Estonia. Urban sprawl build these things on the fields, and then people will go there, and this will boost the economy. Well, it has done its job, but urban sprawl, as we know, does not work, is not sustainable, as Andro very elegantly showed. This has been referred to, I think, by Jan Geel as bird shit architecture as well. So you have these vast urban fields that look very good from atop on a map or from a hovering drone, but in reality, the life between buildings does not really work, and that is very concerning. Especially if you look at the role of architects, as you mentioned. There's a joke in Sweden. This will not be funny because the joke is about that in Sweden, the architect, when you have a project, the architect is on the same level as the plumber. That's the joke that they have, but it's very true because of regulations, because how things have evolved in Sweden. Whereas in Denmark, the situation is very, very different indeed. The role of the architect is much higher throughout the construction process, which yields, among other things, arguably better more interesting, more experimenting architecture, where we also get Bjarke Ingels. And you may like or dislike his work. What we could think about is his concept of hedonistic sustainability. So sustainability does not need to be something boring, but it can be something enjoyable, like the power plant he has then designed outside of or in Copenhagen, where you have this ski slope on top of it. Which leads me to my next point I liked very much all of the presentations have been very interesting, but what Karin Bachmann said about her project and showing how diverse and rich it will be in terms of nature-based solutions, I think it's wonderful. I like Karin's work very much. However, that particular site, if you go outside of it, then what the state real estate organization, Riigi Kinnisvara Aktiaselts, so the national agent responsible for owning real estate here, the government body, they are concerned now how to increase the capacity of the street for cars leaving that area. Why? Well, because there will be a huge ministry and a huge building there. So the obvious concern, is how to get more cars moving. And that illustrates the short-sightedness and the problems that we have, coming back to politics again, that we have very good things happening. We have technology, we have architects, we have solutions everywhere. But then we have, well, politicians and people who lack the ability to see the big picture and to trust those who can see it. So you can build a super green building, but if outside of it there will be, well, a new metaphorical highway constructed, then that obviously points to a concern. But in this day of what has been called a new European Bauhaus, the project or movement that the European Commission wants to push and is pushing, I think we should be hopeful and look forward to the future, even if hope can be of short supply in this age of climate crisis. So this decade is about action, no matter what you look at, architecture, cities, municipalities, or other CO2 neutrality things. We have all the sense of urgency and the strategies. We now need to take action. So have we learned something? I think we all have learned something. The question is about politicians. I will, of course, come back to that as a politician. And we need a paradigm shift. And at least in Estonia, at least here on the municipal level in the city, I personally am of the opinion that with these current politicians, we cannot see any paradigm shift. So there needs to be something absolutely new people, new ways of thinking. If anyone has a secret recipe for that, please let us know. But probably we need to have more new people, a new way of thinking. Because we've had very good ideas and coming to fruition with the help of architects, like the public square program when Estonia celebrated its 100th birthday. Cities created new public spaces, well designed, with lots of fanfare. That was great, because this leads to a solution that I think we need to strive towards. So one is helping to make a paradigm shift happen. Go and vote for the politicians of whatever color, political color, but vote for someone who understands these things. Second, we really need to make people understand the benefit and the need of everyday, what benefits nature-based solutions and sustainability can bring. What happens in their life in an afternoon in November when something happens, when we instigate some sort of a change. So I think creating more demand, giving people vocabulary, giving people a taste of better urban space, public squares, cycling, of course, as well. And the city's role in that can be, well, many things, of course, but the city can commission research, provide funding, support programs to experiment, to give way for new sustainable business models, etc. And and these can be small things all the way up to larger projects, such as cleaning waters, like in Copenhagen, for example, where they have opened and in Paris, no, not yet Paris, but in Copenhagen, where you now can swim in the canals because it's clean and because the city has provided a safe place to do that. So it can become something very big to something very small, concrete, tangible, hedonistic sustainability. And the same applies for Gothenburg as well. We see these examples popping up everywhere. And finally, I think that if the public sector isn't moving, which I, again, personally think it is absolutely not doing, at least not fast enough, creating more of this bad environment and helping the planet to continue to warm. If the public sector isn't really up to its game and its responsibility, then we need to turn to the private sector. Just like Bart showed, where you have various platforms and networks, public-private coalitions of the willing. And I think that is really the key word. Find those people and find those private sector actors who can put money into it and put their time and effort, and things can start moving. Now, of course, that's easier said than done. But if we think about, and this is my last point, if we think about micromobility, so electric scooters, all of the Ubers, Bolt, Voi, all of these electric scooters, micromobility, multimodal transportation systems, these companies are huge. The change they have created on our streets is huge, and it is still growing. And that, I think, can be a real key to creating more change, making cities more greener and more sustainable, because we can not only use these companies and their services and potentially ditch our personal car if and when we can and want. Not only that, not passively consuming their services, but contacting them. And they, micromobility companies of any sort, can, I think, help to instigate change, because they understand this field and it's in their natural business interest. So if we get those interests aligned, I think lots of change can be achieved. And an example of that is the recently announced non-profit organization in Estonia called Elav Tänav, which is a non-profit organization that began from an article that I and another person, Christian Lepik, wrote, and it now has grown into a non-profit with the backing of Skeleton, Bolt, and others, which is doing exactly that, trying to be a watchdog and a coalition of the willing, trying to create streets to make them more safer and a more livable environment, and trying to lobby the city to do that. Or in other words, to lobby the city so that they do their own job that they are there for. Yes, a few thoughts on that, and I look forward to having a discussion with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Indeed, a lot of really interesting points already coming up for the discussion. We do have two more introductions to make, moving now towards the public sector side a bit more. We have now Helen Sulg, who is the head of developments and partnerships in the Environmental Investment Center in Estonia.
Yes, thank you, Ivo, and everybody. What a wonderful day, actually. So I'm also looking forward for the discussions, but I also made some points, not a slideshow. But from state's environmental investment side, I have to admit honestly that currently we don't have much of the practices with NBS in urban areas, because prior this event today, I asked from my colleagues for examples from about NBS in urban spaces. And the common answer was, we don't have NBS projects in the cities. So I would say that until today, maybe the NBS rather has been in environmental investments from state side focused on rural areas like peatland restorations, water body restorations, some practices with biodiversity projects like sustainable hiking tracks, but not so much to show in the terms of cities. But and also I have to say that the EIC's portfolio should be pretty representative because we have about 1,000 projects per year in our portfolio, and 1/3 of them are local municipalities. So yes, here we are. And maybe another insight about Peter's example about those Estonia's 100th birthday state invested main squares. It's also currently exhibited in squares, positively shrinking exhibitions in Venetian Biennale. And what kind of popped in my mind is that all those spaces are basically stones, and this Bart's presentations, how to replace them with plants and flowers, it really kind of touched me that we somehow created mostly, there are 10 squares, and mostly they are like stone squares, and maybe 1-2 examples, Selva, for example, is rather this nature-based example. So yes, in past 5 years, I would say that we were still in this little bit this Tallas mode, that it's a beautiful square. We have a children playground there, maybe bus station, and that's it. Even some old markets were actually removed during this process. So it's not always like shiny new things are good, and providing those possibilities what the NBS offers. Second point I want to bring to the table today, and I think also I agree with previous speakers that this NBS is rather evolution, not a revolution. So yes, not to kind of stigmatize here this past, we kind of have to say that we are moving back to the roots, and it brings this beauty of simplicity and common sense in many ways to our practices in municipalities. And I believe really that this transformation will be driven and motivated by common sense, like what are the painkillers or vitamins or possibilities, what NBS offers, what do we get from there? So then those practices will transform and change, because I think that the Estonians tend to be very practical people, and to the historic background maybe, and also maybe we don't go too much excitement towards new trends and hype, but we want to consider it true, and then when we do actually, and with 100%. And from our side also, I think that brings this evolution of traditional investments. For example, in the past, we have invested mostly in wastewater treatment plants and infrastructure, but now we see a shift when we are approaching this new investment period from European structural funds. Then those new trends are flood mitigation, water body restoration close to the cities, greening of the cities and urban areas. So I would say that the money is there, but I think money is not enough, because you need to have brains or knowledge where to invest in a smart way. And the success also depends on cooperation. And that's why I really like this part presentation, that we have to kind of start those platforms or mission-based thinking at how to get excited and unite the different, like a green coalitions between state institutions, municipalities, also within municipalities, like this example of this city governance was given previously. And yes, key players are municipalities. We are there for them to help them. And what I think that we are lucky that we have only 50 cities and 79 municipalities. So we can imagine it like a small classroom, like a class of 2021. And the future starts with us. And that's like this encouraging part of it. And what I think will be also important to encourage all those stakeholders is cost-benefit examples, that we have those stereotypes sometimes that, okay, NBS is pretty expensive, public procurement doesn't support that kind of practices. So that also kind of demands this institutional innovation, and this evidence-based practice will encourage, I believe, public sector as well. And good examples from our portfolio were actually already here today on the table. Maybe one which I wanted to mention was Rakvere. They are doing this basically the same what the Outi give us the idea that they have floating island, which is acting as a water treatment and also reservoir in case of floods. So maybe that's one, but I think it's nothing revolutionary actually. So I'm looking forward for new pilots. And that's it from me. So let's discuss then.
Thank you very much. We have one more introduction before we head to the discussion phase. We have Raimond Tamm, who is the deputy mayor for the city of Tartu. So the word goes to you.
Hello everyone. So thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. Helena, of course, was very encouraging that we don't have any nature-based solutions in the cities here in Estonia. So I don't know what I will speak about, but but basically I have still prepared some photos which at least we consider here to be nature-based solutions. Just to start from, so we have actually different strategic documents which actually support different nature-based solutions and implementation of different activities. For the first, we have Tartu Master Plan, which is one of the key strategic documents for the spatial development here in the city. And we also have, as a first city in Estonia, we have a Sustainable Energy and Climate Action Plan. So, and those two documents are actually covering different points of view in case of nature-based solutions. So we are speaking about green areas network. We are also speaking about actually balance between paved areas, green areas, water areas, whatever. So we are also speaking in both of those documents about biodiversity. We are speaking about the importance of community gardening. We are speaking about, of course, about nature protection areas, and then also, for sure, what is really important in case of nature-based solutions, it's a sustainable management of rainwater or stormwater, how you prefer. So, and then, of course, also solutions like green roofs, for example. So, to continue from here, that's a map of our new master plan for Green Areas Network. So actually, it's not approved yet because the master plan is still in the process to be approved. But here you can see that Tartu has also grown remarkably. In case of the territory, we have grown like 4 or 5 times compared to the Tartu that we used to have earlier. And that's probably one of the points why Estonian cities haven't paid that much attention on the nature-based solutions, that we have so much nature around us. We have just 10 minutes and you are outside of the city, you have nature around you. So that's probably one of those reasons why we are not in the same position compared to many cities from all over the world. So also here you can see that we have extensive green areas because of having the earlier separately standing municipality connected to the city. But it doesn't mean that we will now rest on laurels and we will not try to develop the green network in the city continuously on. So we have also this high density populated part of the city that is, let's say, current. That's a Tartu that most of you know, and this new part of the city, it's giving us a lot more possibilities in case of green areas. But we of course will continue to develop the network also within the traditional city. So we have 2 corridors which are really important for us. The first one is a river, Emajõgi, which is running through the city, And then we have also railway corridor. And then both of them are really good in case of green developments. And also all the rest green areas, what we have in the city, we are actually willing to connect to each other. So we would like to have those well-connected green areas in the city. It doesn't mean that it's always connected, park is connected by park or river is connected by park, but I'm also speaking about streets which are greener than they normally are. So that's one of those most important, let's say, challenges for us to have this green areas network put into practice. So the next one I would like to speak about, it's change of mind, what happened recently. So we had this corridor which was used for railway earlier on, and now this corridor was planned for a new street for decades, but now the decisions that we had recently is that it will remain green. We will not have a new street in this corridor, but it will be a green corridor in the future. So that's kind of mind shift what we have had here in the city recently, and I hope that this kind of initiations will continue. So the next concrete example, it's community gardening. So in our master plan, we have different areas in the city which have been addressed to community gardening. Altogether, we have like 30 hectares of this kind of land. And I have to say that the lands that has been taken into use of community gardening, that's a really popular activity, and we have more and more people. I really do feel that growing food for yourself, it's gaining more and more popularity. So we really intend to have those land plots growing larger, and to have more and more land we are addressing to people for growing food and having like not only this kind of like food growing aim, but also to carry on socializing possibilities, because those people who are actually growing in those community gardens, they are also interacting with each other, so they are having good time in the open air, and etc., etc. So next one, I don't know how many cities in Estonia have, but at least here in Tartu we have the principles of sustainable management of rainwater. Actually, those principles were worked out in the frame of one international project. It was called iWater. And we have now those principles existing, and those are here also addressed in the master plan. So in this work, it was also solved a certain district in Tartu. It's called Jaamamõisa district. So we have a sample solution how actually sustainable management of rainwater should look like. So you can see here it on the map, but I cannot get into details because of the time limits. So, of course, we have those traditional sustainable management activities also in case of rainwater. We have different ponds in the city. We have ditches. So basically, I would like to say that in case it's possible to avoid using piping, we are doing it. But in the city, it's not always possible. So we have also different other solutions. Maybe you know those two kind of well-known buildings in Tartu. One is our railway station building, and in front of the railway station we recently had really great work taking place. So the front line of the railway station, it's really redesigned, and here you can find also green areas which are really good for rainwater solutions, for biodiversity, different other aspects. Also, we have here in Tartu our National Museum building, and also the ponds and green areas are expansive over, if you are looking around on the territory of the National Museum. So those are really good examples how it's possible to really solve also the rainwater issues. And I'm sure that Karin was speaking a lot about the biodiversity and about the curated biodiversity project what we have in the city. So I will not cover it once again, but I just wanted to show that besides this Tartu 2024 project, curated biodiversity, we are also taking more and more care of other areas here in Tartu to have biodiversity more and more running our everyday maintenance rules in the city and for our partners who are taking care of the maintenance. So we are really willing to make this mental shift here. It's not just as Pärtel was saying that it's like politicians who are actually refusing to make the shift, but it's also the shift we have to make in the society, that our officials, also the citizens or inhabitants in our city, that they will understand that if the grass is growing higher, it's not that your lawnmower was broken, but it's intentionally done like that. Of course, we also have green roof examples. So just to show the importance of private sector also, I have pointed out here one green roof which has been initiated by the public sector. That's one of our kindergartens, which you can see on the top photo. And then the other photo, you can see it's a private office building. So we have, of course, several green roofs in the city. But I wouldn't say that green roofs are dominating, but they are coming. That's something that I'm really looking forward to. And what recently happened, we also have now a beekeeping on the roof of one of our hotels here in the city center. So that's a very recent activity, and just wanted to point it out here. And just to end up, what is really great thing to happen for our city, it's the creation of our space creation department, which started to work on the 1st of June of this year. So it's a very recent initiation. And in this department, we are also searching for solutions to climate change issues and different other challenges, of course, what we are facing. And for the first time, we also have a climate specialist position. So I'm really proud to say it, and I have really high expectations on this new department to drive the city actually to the directions that we are all willing. So that's shortly from my side about what we are doing here in Tartu, and thank you so much for the opportunity to be here.
Thank you very much to all of the panelists. I was looking at the screen where we have all the panelists up, and I was quite worried during the presentations that we seem to be losing a few of them, but I'm very glad to have all of you back at this point. When I'm kind of hearing the interventions that you made and that we've heard throughout the day, there seems to be a general acceptance among experts, among us today here, that these nature-based solutions are really a good thing to use, a good tool. We now have toolboxes being developed. We have platforms being developed to bring together these. I think it was very, very good, as Bart mentioned, that you have different parts of governance, different parts of local governance that all look at very different things, and we have these platforms to bring it together. It seems to me that there seems to be now two very important hurdles, and one seems to be winning the hearts and minds of people and politicians particularly. Although we do have a few in the panel as well, and they seem to be quite on board already. But also the other side seems to be the actual side of how do we now bring this expertise and financing together, because this is also what we heard in the keynote addresses, in a few of the presentations in the morning, in the kind of first half of the day, that there is a huge gap in kind of actually financing this infrastructure. So I think I would like to start with the hearts and minds side. Hopefully you'll all feel very much comfortable kind of coming in and also adding your ideas if you have to the other panelists, and hopefully we get more questions through the landing page on our conference as well. But I would start with Tuul, because you mentioned that these solutions bring us so much good. Bringing greenery into the living environment will bring us humans so much good. Yet we seem to be afraid to do it, and fear is a very natural thing for us. We're either afraid that if we put a lot of greenery up, we will be late everywhere because we won't have anywhere to drive. We're afraid that if we bring in nature closer to us, it will inconvenience us. Everything will be filled with weeds, or as other presentations pointed out, that there will be alcoholics or problematic people in the bushes. How do we deal with this fear? How do we kind of, or perhaps even from another side, how do we create fear in people that not having natural environments around them is actually a huge problem for them because of the health problems that it can bring? Or adaptation to climate change?
I think it's an excellent question, how to create the fear, because the data is already there and people do not care about, it's known that, for example, air pollution kills about 300 people every year in Tallinn, and still we are more afraid of ticks and the bears in the city than air pollution or diminished green areas and moving solutions. So I think the way for both solving the problems with people not believing in these nature-based solutions and the cost of this solution is starting small. And I think what Tartu is doing is a very good example with this really small curated biodiversity examples in the middle of the city, just changing a little bit of the greenery design and management. And it's actually cheaper than the maintenance of green areas in an ordinary way, because you have to mow less often, and as a result you create less pollution, less noise, and it will look pretty because it's curated and it's just nature looks pretty to us. So from there we can move on to gardens and private and community gardens, and then take it to the street sides, as Raimond very well brought out. It's crucial to connect these green spaces for the animals and plants to move from one park or a green area to another. So I think if we see that, if the citizens see that it's actually good and it's not actually dangerous, and if we can bring this data, this knowledge closer to people, I think it can work, but it has to be done with really careful, mindful communication and explanation. So probably there has to be a special scientist hired by the city that does all this explaining, both from the side of social sciences, how to communicate with people, and with natural sciences, what and why, and how to interpret all the data that is already available.
How do we bring these experts in? I understand now Tartu has this specific kind of space creation department. I guess it's quite early on for you to say how happy you are with the results, but kind of an open question to everyone, and perhaps Andro can start because he kind of brought out this pyramid. How do we bring in these experts to the levels that we actually need to have them at?
Well, Tartu, it's a good example, and I think that we have less than 5 municipalities in Estonia where we can say that it's a good example. But I think that it takes time. Like other municipalities, well, they have to see that there is no threat coming out of it, and that I'm quite sure that if we're going to organize a similar meeting after, I don't know, 5 or 10 years, then the situation is totally different. But right now, people, they are used to the previous system, and everything that is new, it's a bit scary, and they do not know how to adapt and how to follow it and how to work with it. And I'm quite sure that if in one point, if Tallinn gonna change its like this general idea about city planning and stuff, then it's done in Estonia, I guess, because it's so huge and it has so big influence. But it takes time. So right now it seems that Tallinn is from Helsinki, it's 80 kilometers, but it seems that actually Tartu is 80 kilometers from Tallinn, and Tallinn is 300 kilometers from Helsinki. So it's I think that we just have to continue with this message, and we have to just talk about it constantly, and it will change in one point. We just need examples, and then other cities gonna take it over and they're gonna follow it.
Ragne, you brought out quite well that if banks can change, or if these changes come out of these quite conservative financial institutions or really private organizations, that they start looking at these things, then you know it's possible everywhere really, and that does kind of create this feeling in me that you seem to be quite a big master of actually influencing these higher level people. How do you do it? What kind of takeaways do you have that could be transferred over to others and that could be used in broadening the use of nature-based solutions?
It's a really good question, a pretty difficult one as well. I think when we would generally talk about sustainability and the sustainability mindset, there are kind of the two sides of the coin that you have to look at. You need to look at the kind of the individual behind it, and you need to kind of look at the professional or kind of the more pragmatist view of the topic. And what really has helped me and us as an organization is that just to kind of educate yourself to see that there really is no other way forward than to integrate sustainability into your business and into your decision making and into your operations in general. Because if you're a bank, risk is your main kind of managing risk is your main kind of source of business, and it's very kind of risky for you to talk about sustainability as something that is kind of a nice to have thing or a very emotional thing. But if you kind of connect the issues of sustainability to economic growth and actually benefits, and what is to sustain something in an aspect of an organization or a company or a business, if you are sustainable, that means you have the ability to offer whatever it is that you're offering currently to the society or to your clients in a more longer term. And if that is not economic success, I don't know what is. So I think it's very important to answer your question, to not get too emotional and not play with fear too much, but to try to kind of transform this rather emotional topic into a very pragmatic one. And when you're talking about that kind of capitalist system, when you look at finance or banking in general, there are so many clear indications that not being sustainable and being destructive is so bad for your business. And it's also bad for, you know, the environment and the planet in general. And if you start, you know, kind of drawing these parallels that there is no other way forward, then it actually becomes very, very simple. And I think that's kind of the mindset that we've taken. And maybe another kind of the side of the coin is the individual. And what I always kind of tell myself is that who are the people in our organization that make the shifts and make the decisions? You know, the sustainability mindset needs to happen on an individual level before it can happen on an organizational level or on a level of municipality or a city or anything. So if you have a bunch of people working in a company or a municipality or political parties or the government in general who don't care like whether they throw their eaten apple or a battery in the same dumpster, if they don't care about those little small steps, it's very kind of naive to think that they're going to take any kind of sustainability mindset to their professional journey. So it actually does start from the individual and the individual sustainability mindset and caring, having some kind of a vision and some kind of a broad horizon, what's really going on in the world, and then transforming this individual mindset, sustainability mindset, into whatever they do for a living or wherever they work or whatever business they run or whatever municipality they run. So yeah, that's kind of the matrix in my head and how I'm working with sustainability in our organization. I don't know if it made any sense. I don't know. I got a bit difficult here.
Yeah. If I may second to that before we continue, then I think Hans Rosling was the famous statistician who said about the same thing in his book, Factfulness, that climate change and consequences and how do you get people moving. Al Gore, the Vice President, Nobel Peace Laureate, climate advocate, he has been very sort of American overdriven in creating that fear. The planet is burning, we will all die, let's do something. Hans Rosling wrote in his book that he disagrees because it has not given any results because of what you just said. And if people are not, as he writes, if people are not even able to save money for their retirement, then don't expect them to think about even longer term. So it is a human thing, probably it is what it is. So how to move forward? I would say that going back to what Andro said before, or previous today, that it's not a question of belief, whether we believe in nature-based solutions, climate change, or the need to change. It is no longer that. The science is absolutely there. That is black and white. That is not a question of belief. So it is a question of science, and therefore, just like with induced demand in urban planning, so the more roads you build for cars, the more cars you get, and not solution to congestion. So that too is a science, but something very difficult to explain to people. So what to do? I would say that take the science, build confidence with that, and in the public sector, lead change, lead the public opinion. Don't ignore it, but don't wait for public approval. You move the needle forward and you have science to back you up, but do stuff that matters, that is positive, that people can taste in their day-to-day lives, and do very good communication. And then people will follow you and understand this change because it creates something of value to them. Paint the picture, show them the future, but leadership is now what we need. We need action and we need leadership.
I see that Karin also has her hand up. I did really want to get to you as well, because you mentioned something that it's a holistic approach and a question of morality in terms of how you actually look at the environment around you and what kind of choices you make to design it. And the two previous speakers kind of also brought that up from different viewpoints. It interests me how you actually, in your work, how do you get that across? How do you communicate that?
Raimond mentioned it, and Tuul also, that we have in Tartu this curated biodiversity project, which is the part of European Culture Capital program. We use this Culture Capital platform to actually realize the thing we have been wanting to do a very long time already. We are increasing biodiversity in Tartu city center. This is the whole main concept. But the main point, biggest work during this project is not those plants or not mowing, but communication, to explain people why are we doing this. We put everywhere signs, we answer a lot of phone calls, we answer letters. There was previously mentioned this, that we can't talk about emotions. We have to show people that we are doing this because it's useful for us. This is also true. That's why in the 70s they invented this term ecosystem services to explain economy people how nature is actually it's good for us to take care of the nature. But you can't explain in these terms to ordinary citizens why we have to keep these why you shouldn't mow your lawn so often, or why we should think about pollinators at all, because the people they have this special, they have the view how they think that city should look like, and they are expecting it. And this is a very old-fashioned, comes from I don't know, 70s, 80s, and we the thing we are doing, we are, yes, communicating all the time, and we are writing articles, we're explaining all the time. And this, what was the question? You asked, well.
Sorry, just how to get across this idea of it's also a question of ethics.
We try to like rename it, or the question of ethics is, yesterday there was a big day, Estonia banned the fur farms, which is very huge question of ethics. And this work to this day, the animal protection organizations, they worked like 15 years for this day. So this takes a huge amount of time, a long period, and we are also like prepared to. We have been talking about biodiversity in different words, using different words and terms about maybe 10 years. That's long how we have been working at all in landscape architecture area. And the question of ethics, you have to put it in a way that you don't make people feel guilty. This is one of the points, because if you make them feel guilty, then they don't want to deal with it, because someone has said that saving the world also has to feel good. You have to feel good. This is maybe the answer to this. You somehow have to be friendly with all those people who cut off your plants and put the trash into the whatever. You just somehow have to be nice to them.
I see a lot of nodding on those points here among the panelists. For a lot of people in Estonia, especially the people who are working with urban issues and urban topics, the Netherlands seems to be, if Andro was mentioning these kilometers away from different areas, Netherlands seems to be light years ahead, and at least for people expecting perhaps a different urban environment that they see today around us. And you've heard, and I want to kind of get Bart's view on this, because you now heard kind of the worst examples that we have to offer, and also kind of these directions that a lot of cities are now going in Estonia. It interests me to hear from your side. I mean, the Netherlands hasn't always been the way it is today in terms of city planning. How did you get to where you are today, where it's not really a question even about doing kind of the right projects? It's now about putting it all together and kind of bringing everything together into these larger goals. It's not only about, shall we have this pilot project here? What does this take away, and so on? But more of a question of how we bring it all together.
Yeah, there are, I think, several changes that I've been witnessing. We're lucky to never really have got rid of the bicycles after the rise of the cars in the 70s and the 80s. And 3 decades later, we're very happy that we did so. Because I think the car domination is one of the main key factors in finding space for nature-based solutions or not. And I've seen the political shift from the left wing, including to the right wing, that space for cars is just as much part of the debate as space for a tree. Where 20 years ago, we were always pre-assuming that, okay, we need parking places and roads, that's always on the first base, and then let's see if there's some space left for other stuff that is nice to have. So making the car constantly part of the debate politically, but also on within the municipal organizations, I think is a tremendous game changer. What I also see is that the ecologists on expert level are traditionally let's say the modest people, the friendly people, and they don't really claim the issue. They have more difficulty reaching the media, but once they start making that change, and say, hey, I can be on this stage. I have a very good story. I have backup, like you all say, with scientific data. My story is very interesting and it's very important. So half of the time I'm not spending in my expertise, but I'm spending with media and organizing events and inviting myself to conferences. I think that's very much needed.
I would be quite angry at myself if I didn't ask this, because it was kind of brought out in the presentations before. Mart Meriste mentioned that there are a lot of issues that can come from the local landscape managing rules, and I was very happy to see all the things that Tartu is changing or has changed and is working towards with their plans now. However, I would bring this up with you, Raimond. Mart Meriste mentioned that still in Tartu you have this rule that you can't have your lawn taller than 15 centimeters. Is this still true, or is this something you're thinking of changing, or how is it working now?
It's partially true, because we have kept this regulation for those people who are not living in Tartu, but who have kind of property here in Tartu. And we, in some cases, need people to take care of their territory here in Tartu, to take care of the real estate. And if they are not taking care, that's one of the points we can address if we would like to have them taking care of their property here. And but at the same time, we are not controlling it in the private gardens or whatever. So we are not somehow punishing people or letting people know that you have to use your lawnmower more often and this kind of stuff. We are not doing it. So it's partially true. So it's existing, but in real life we are not using it.
Okay, so if I'm growing my grass taller and introducing native species, and my neighbors get angry and call the city, I can just say this is for biodiversity. This is not because I'm lazy.
Yeah, exactly.
Andro has his hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one tiny comment that, Ivo, you compared Estonia with the Netherlands, and I just wanted to add that in the Netherlands they have the chief government architect's position by the Rijksbouwmeester in Dutch, and like this on the state level you have an institution who like follows this urban sustainability and this quality ideas. In Estonia, we do not have this kind of institution. And the association has like fought for this institution for, I don't know, already 20 years, but still on these political reasons, we do not have this institution on state level. So right now, every municipality has to figure it out by themselves. On the state level, there is not a system. Yeah, we have this Ministry of Environment, but we do not have any institutions who like follows or like monitors or guides about this urban environment, and this is a big problem here in Estonia.
I would like to now take a few questions from the ones that we have brought in, a few comments that have been made. And really up for grabs. If you want to intervene, please raise your hand and I will give you the word. The first one that brings out that there were trees in Võru, an Estonian city, where next to the church that were taken down, and a lot of the greenery was destroyed as part of the Good Public Space initiative. So you know what was once a green area is now plated. And with a kind of in a situation where if we want to have a green space there one day, we have to kind of rebuild what was once there, and I think it's something that we can agree upon. It's better to actually plan for a nice green area and use what you have there already rather than destroy it and at one point probably have to rebuild it. It seems to be an issue, but hopefully. The good public space is something that starts to look more and more greener as time goes on in Estonian cities as well. I don't see any hands going up at this point, but I'll go down the questions. The next one is kind of specific to Tartu, but also kind of can be looked at a bit broader. It's a question on how do you feel about all year-round greenhouses in cities like Tartu. There is a quite well-known greenhouses for growing different plants near Tartu. The person who asked the question kind of brings out that it is still, nature, it still has some benefits. However, it's kind of intertwined with technology, and he asks how intertwined can technology and nature be to be called sustainable? Quite an interesting question. I don't see any takers at this moment. Yes, Karin?
I just think that it's wiser to grow our cucumbers here in Estonia than to buy them from Spain. This is just because people are used to eat cucumbers and they will eat them anyway. It's our thing to shorten this way where we get them.
And if I may second to that, then making the topic a bit broader, we need to buy cucumbers locally and not from Spain, and small things, individual changes matter, but let's not forget the big picture, how we go to the shop to buy our cucumbers with a massive SUV car or on foot or by bicycle. Do we have the possibilities in our infrastructure to even choose? That's the critical question. And that's part of a nature-based solution, I'd say, to a green, sustainable city. The option to move around in another way than only with a car.
Another point is brought up, an example from Denmark, don't use the word or term waste, but rather resources. And it's one of the examples of how to change the approach that we're having, and I guess it's something that we can also agree upon, that language really matters, how we talk about these things and how do we look at these things. A specific question to Raimond, do you also have cases of drawbacks in Tartu that others can learn from, like Outi explained in her presentation?
You mean in case of nature-based solutions, yes?
Yes.
Yes, of course, in some cases, for example, in case of rainwater, those natural systems do not work. We still have excess water. So then people are, for example, asking for extra solutions, how to actually take care of the water properly. Those are kind of examples, but it's very technical, it's not like, it depends on the situation and on the location. But also in case of biodiversity, Karin has brought out that we need to communicate a lot, and that's why all those new stuff what we are doing, if we are trying to change something in the city, we need to communicate more. So those communication issues we have had, of course, also in case of other activities also. So, but nothing really more specific.
So it comes down to having good platforms, like Bart mentioned within his intervention, to have these ways to have these discussions with the proper experts and people with their intentions.
Yes, exactly.
A question that I would have to kind of the financing side, the other side of the coin, of if we kind of can agree that these need to be around us, more of these nature-based solutions. This is how we should look at our infrastructure a bit more. Perhaps Helen, you can kind of give a few ideas on how would we need to go by it as a country to kind of help aid financing these projects. You have quite a lot of experience in the Environmental Investment Center with local municipalities coming to you with their projects. Do you see ways that we could increase nature-based solutions within these projects that come to you?
Of course, I see them, because also, especially listening to the Bart's example, I was already like taking notes and thinking that we should copy this or that in Estonia. But one of the challenges is this horizontal cooperation. Maybe, as you also know, that here it was also mentioned that living spaces and the environment is responsibility of different ministries. and everybody sees the subjects from different angle, and they have their own measures, and that automatically sometimes creates silos. Silos like Andro drew us. It's the same in the state level. But then from positive note and side, I say that it's in our hands, in our everyday job, to design smart measures, to cooperate between ministries, and also to co-create with municipalities. Because what Tartu's example brings us is those small steps and small changes as example. This is it, what we want. But we want it everywhere. But maybe from municipal side, I would add that some municipalities are kind of in this victim position or trap, that they are so small, they don't have capacity, they don't have knowledge, so they kind of need mentoring and support from us, and I hope we can provide that in the future.
I don't really usually like when moderators do this, but since we have quite a large panel and we are pretty much going over the limit that we have for the event today, I would like to ask each and every one of you kind of one final takeaway. Either it was something that you took away from this event, or something that you would like the audience that is listening to us today to take away, one kind of main message that you would like to impart from your side. I'll start with Tuul.
So I think my two main points to end up with are that I hope in the future we will see a tighter collaboration between municipalities and scientists. It's especially good to build actually in Tartu, because we have this big university and we have a city that is really open to collaboration with scientists. And the second point is that nature-based solutions actually in the long term are always much more cheaper than trying to just mitigate the damage done to the environment. Just two quick examples. These are both from scientific articles. One from New York, where they showed that building nature-based solutions, including also urban forests, cost $1.6 billion and cleaned the same amount of water that could have been cleaned with by spending $6 billion. So it was like 4 times cheaper to use nature-based solutions. And also in London, it was calculated that the trees in every year bring 132 million pounds of benefits in terms of air pollution removal, and help to save all this money from all kind of technical solutions that would be needed to clean this air, all the cost paid in human lives. So actually nature-based solutions and these ecosystem services are really, really cheap compared to the technology that we would need to use to get the same job done. Thanks.
Andro.
Yes, well, the elections are coming, so people should just ask the city planning and biodiversity questions from the politicians, that we have to make their life as uncomfortable as it possible. And then in one point, they're gonna start thinking about it. And I guess that that's it, that we should ask questions about our living environment, and constantly, not just before elections. Okay, right now the elections are coming and we should use the opportunity, but it should be like constant and constantly we have to repeat it, and then one day it will work.
Karin?
Yeah, maybe this that we have learned during this curated biodiversity projects or all other projects, that it's important to be patient. For example, this if we talk about semi-natural plant communities in the cities that we use, this all takes time, at least 3 years, until they look kind of pretty, not only for a biologist or landscape architect, but also for normal people. So at least double this time takes for people to get used to those, and maybe in some points they start to ask for those solutions. And yeah, this is really important that politicians understand, like in Tartu, that this is the good thing to do and the right thing to do. Just the landscape architecture, just people or just politicians, they by themselves, they can't succeed. Only when we work together, like Tuul said, scientists, politicians, and other citizens and all the others. Patience.
Bart?
Yes, thank you. What I'm taking away is that nature-based solutions should not be a story driven by fear, but rather be a story of attractiveness. It's good for your health, it's good for the value of your house, it's good for your grandmother, etc., and so on. I think that should be the main story. And sometimes it may be that the Netherlands is ahead, yes, but I'm also seeing comparisons like in Raymond's story about Tartu, that if we stop mowing the lawn, it's not a budget cut, but it's actually on purpose to have flowers growing, that we need to explain the exact same story to the citizens. So we're on the same level in these kind of examples. And what I'm maybe one more addition to my story of the importance of creating platforms and networks. The examples that I showed are on national level, but it also works quite good on local level. For example, the city of Arnhem has a local platform for climate adaptation that actually founded by the architecture platform and funded by the municipality. So what works on a national level can also work on local level.
Ragne, I don't see you on the grid, but hopefully you're still with us. No? Okay, then I guess we'll have to move on. Pärtel?
Change. Go after change, show leadership, you have the science. No need to instigate fear. We probably here all agree we are on the right track because we understand the science, and that is the thing you should have in the back of your mind, and that's what should give us all confidence, and not wait for the public opinion to tag along. We need to take action and show leadership.
Helen?
Yes, I feel actually really glad about what is already done. Then I feel really little bit surprised from Andro's perspective, how much we are depending on this municipal arrangements and how we have to support municipalities on the path, and also these platforms and connection and communication. This is also like a takeaway from me. Yeah, thanks.
Finally, Raimond.
Yeah, thanks so much. I have a few remarks. First one, that as you know, most of the municipalities in Estonia are smaller ones, and definitely we can make the change happen even just and only if we are open for collaboration. The municipalities should be open for collaboration from the scientific side, from the private sector side, and that's the only possibility how to make it happen here in Estonia. So we are trying to be as open as possible here in Tartu, and that's my really key message to other municipalities also, that please be open for the collaboration. And also my message is that don't be afraid of small steps. Small steps are normally bringing you to greater steps. So you should start from a certain point, and I have to say that not often society is ready for large steps or long steps or whatever, I have to say, because if the society doesn't understand what you are doing, if the critical mass is not existing within the society, it's not also easy for the politicians to make those great steps, because nevertheless we understand that it's a correct and right direction to go. But if the society doesn't understand, then it's not so easy to make it. But you know, politicians can change the world only if they have the power, and if they are pushed out of power, then they cannot change anything anymore. So that's my message for the end here.
Well, thank you to all our panelists, and really thank you to everyone who helped us put together in this event today, and also presented their projects and their views and their hopes and their fears. I now very well understand why moderators do this to panelists, have them wrap everything up, because it makes it very easy to do the closing remarks. They have already been done for you. So that's really great, and I don't have to go on for too long. What kind of fills me with a lot of hope and a lot of happiness, because as we discussed in the panel, the doom and gloom stuff that I perhaps have written on my paper that I would want to end on and say that we need to do this because the world is at a bad place and we need to change our ways, that I don't really want to talk about that anymore. But to be honest, it's really good to see that we have a lot of really good starting points now. We have a lot of really good pilot projects, and we have a lot of experts that are really pushing very hard on environments in cities being really designed for humans, and this from a lot of different aspects. Either the sustainability of the way we live, the way that we look at our cities, and the way that they create us different kinds of pleasure, whether it be aesthetic or mental health or physical health. And these kind of things that we're expecting now more and more, it's very good to see that there seems to be quite a big kind of switch going on. I'm speaking from a very Estonia-centric point of view, however, and I do understand that different countries and different cities really within different countries are at very different points. But we do see that now this kind of general understanding of where we are with climate change, where we are with biodiversity, where we are with the pollution in the environment, has created quite a lot of ways for us to improve all this, and the acceptance seems to be growing and growing. And while there's not a lot of really good things to say about the pandemic, I think the relationship that it brought to us, to our living space over the past year and a half, has been something that is quite monumental, and people are perhaps expecting a lot more from what is around them and how it affects them and what they can do to improve this. And we have quite a lot of new initiatives all building upon that. If we look at how kind of the European level can help with this, we have the European Green Deal that's put a lot of effort and a lot of focus on changing the built environment, and now we have the new European Bauhaus initiative to kind of bring this cultural side and social side to it as well. We have a lot of expectations from our biodiversity plans on cities as well. If you look at the discussions around biodiversity protection today, cities have a huge role there, and the same really for climate change, because we know that to mitigate climate change and to protect us from its effects, we really need to change cities. And like we heard several times today, nature-based solutions are tools that bring several benefits together, and also can be quite cost-effective, rather than destroying something that's there, building something that works only in certain cases, and then seeing the fault in the ways and changing back seems to be quite a lot poorer than planning things out to work for the needs that we have in the future anyway. So perhaps that would be it for me, and again, a big thank you to everyone who discussed today, who presented today, and helped put this event together. Thank you.